all the way out. I don't know why it keeps doing that. It's just about right when I'm about to get real deep off into it. It goes out. It kicks me out. I can come in. I can send y'all a note. But when I hit resume, it won't let me resume with where I was at and what I was talking about, baby. It's as if it want me to go on to something else. You understand? It's as if it is kicking me out on purpose. That's how I look at it. So for that reason, I don't know if it's for that reason only. I'm going to try to get y'all to come on back in here. And we going to pick up where we left off. I didn't. I didn't take it off of the screen I was on. I left it right here. Hi, Grace. Stofan. Stofan. Give y'all a chance to come on back in so I can pick up where I was at. I know it had a hard time. Hey, Joe. Oh, yeah, I'm back. You know, anytime they don't want me to tell the real good tea, I got to come back. I didn't waste all my time. Hey, Belinda. Trying to force it to let me go back to where I was. I used that time to try to find another thumbnail, get it. Oh, I don't even think I fully set it up in the back system. God, dog. Hi, Ronnie Dwight. I'm going to start it and then I'm going to go behind the scenes and so we won't get all of those trolls and stuff. And I can try to get a little something off of it with the commercials. Y'all have to watch, at least about 15, 30 seconds or so of the commercial so I can at least get side this late in the midnight hour. Hold on. Now, as I was saying in the back before, oh, I had a missed call. Before I got cut off. You was talking about I was about to go into the Tucker car.
This is Jerusalem in 1925.
Yeah, I want to see that.
Why do you think the leader said, how are you guys Jews if you guys left black but came back white?
Woo!
How'd you leave black but came back white?
Wee!
We've been lied to.
We've been lied to.
Damn. It's time. This is Jerusalem in 1925.
What?
Why do you think the leader said, how are you guys Jews if you guys left black but came back white? How'd you leave black but came back white?
How y'all do that? Is that magic? Is that magic?
Why do you think the leader said, how are you guys Jews if you guys left black but came back white? How'd you leave black but came back white?
Oh, wow. She looked like Michelle Obama when she was young.
Damn. How'd you leave black but came back white? We've been lied to. Damn. It's time to unpack. Welcome to the Unpack Podcast.
So listen, I'm about to black people. Absolutely. Absolutely. It's some things, you know, mother, sister Mary Clarence, Miriam, she was trying, she was trying to go in while, oh, this is, oh my God. Pop that head, pop the hip, out, oh, girl, you better work. What is, ew, girl, bop, 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 y'all know I wasn't expecting that. That just, I was gonna say Sister Mary Clarence. I want you to put your head down for a go. Strut, 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 go. Strut, strut, strut. Work it, work it, work it. Work. Girl, put a bra on. Your headlights. You trying to catch a sailor. Get it up, well, walk it out, walk it out. Walk it. Pop, 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 pop. Girl, you got some big old feet in them shoes. Baby. Hey, American people here in Thailand. Where are
Hey, American people. Here is Tehran, where Iranians keep chanting.
Are you good? It's about to blow your mind. I'm about to show you the man that's actually responsible for killing the Indians off. But not by smallpox, they lying. Here's the truth. This is Walter Plecker. In 1924, he created the Racial Integrity Act. This act forced all Indians to be reclassified as color. Yes, color, the same term they call Black Americans' ancestors. Proven before our ancestors was called color, they was called Indians. Killing the Indians off on paper. This is why the Civil Rights Act of 1968 was also called the Indian Civil Rights Act. You awake yet? It's about to blow your mind. I'm about to show you the man that's...
This war is heating up. The long-standing rumor is that she won't sleep with him and doesn't even want to be in the same city as him.
Well, let's
Then
talk about
he blows up her office
in my cooling
the east wing
voice.
of the White House, but she probably has as much dirt on him as Vladimir Putin, and even getting a $75 million gift from Jeff Bezos couldn't solve things, nor getting a starring role at the UN. So Trump essentially just gave her a brand new $70 million plane, which we paid for, of course, but she must really be pissed. So she puts Jeffrey Epstein back on the front pages, and as far as we know, a brand new $70 million plane, which we paid for, of course, but
well, why she need a plane?
Much dirt on him as Vladimir Putin, and even getting a $75 million gift from Jeff Bezos couldn't solve things, nor getting a starring role. He blows up her office, the east wing of the White House, but she probably has as much dirt on him as Vladimir Putin, and even getting a $75 million gift from Jeff Bezos couldn't solve things, nor getting a starring role at the UN. So Trump essentially...
So is that...
This war is heating up. The long-standing rumor is that she won't sleep with him and doesn't even want to be in the same city as him. Then he blows up her office, the east wing of the White House, but she probably has as much dirt on him as Vladimir Putin, and even getting a $75 million gift from Jeff Bezos couldn't solve things, nor getting a starring role at the UN. So Trump essentially just gave her a brand new $70 million plane, which we paid for, of course, but she must really be pissed. So she puts Jeffrey Epstein back on the front pages, and as far as we know, there's no talk of a ceasefire. This war is heating up. The long-standing rumor is that she won't sleep.
Well,
While the president may be embroiled in a war overseas,
who's lonely? It sounds like she don't like him. Oh, absolutely not, and don't want to be with him. Yeah, we heard yesterday. She lives in Trump Towers. People are jealous because they lonely. But Javier, who's jealous? I'm curious to know who is jealous. Look at his arm is folded. They so disconnected. So what are you talking about? Who jealous? Ain't nobody jealous. Don't nobody want to be with him. So what are you talking about? Yeah, in a C, a GC pop. I don't know what you writing, boo boo. We speak English over here. So hit your translate. Oh, let me fix this. See, when I said I didn't have it fixed, y'all, this is what I'm talking about. We getting that C, G, poppy, C, hable, all of this crazy stuff, and they coming over here speaking not English, and we don't know nothing what they talking about. That's why they, yeah, because I think you trying to be funny, and guess what? Guess to the what? Can't nobody see it. I got it rigged, baby. I got a rig just like that rigger up there. What we called him yesterday, renegger. Yeah, he reneges on everything he say and do. Yeah, so I have my system rigged. So when y'all come over here thinking y'all finna talk that talk, baby, that it recognize them words that you trying to use and shut your ice down. You understand? It shuts you down, all the way down. So let me get over here and fix that real quick. Real quick, Auntie, real quick. I had just said I didn't have it set up because I was trying to get back real quick, real fast in a hurry. You see what happens when you rush? You let clowns in. You understand?
This war is heating up.
Yeah, go away, trolls. Let me fix it.
She won't sleep with him and doesn't even want
Talking
to be
about
in the
somebody
same city
jealous.
as him.
Hell, she don't want to
Then
be with him.
He blows up her office, the east wing of the White House, but she probably has as much dirt on him as Vladimir Putin.
Oh,
And
yeah.
even getting
Hold on.
a
Let me get them out so I can
$75
say what I need
million
to say to
gift
my
from Jeff
tea sippers.
Bezos couldn't solve things, nor getting a starring role at the UN. So Trump essentially just gave her a brand new $70 million.
So he tried to give her hush money.
For, of course, but she must really be pissed. So she put.
So he tried to give her some hush money.
Pages. And as far as getting a starring role at the UN, so Trump essentially just
he trying to pay her off.
Brand new $70 million plane, which we paid
My.
But she must really be pissed. So she puts Jeffrey Epstein back on the front pages. And as far as we know, there's no talk of a ceasefire. This war is heating up.
Mr. Netanyahu has long wanted to fight Iran because
he think he
that
got
way he can stay in office forever and ever. And he's been there most of the last 20 years. But I think we should be trying to diffuse it. And I hope President Trump will do that. I hope anybody there will do that. We've got to stop. We've got to convince our friends in the Middle East that
I don't understand how we got all
we'll stand with them.
I don't understand how we got all this money.
Mr. Netanyahu has long wanted to fight Iran because that way he can stay in office forever and ever. And he's been there most of the last 20 years. But I think we should be trying to diffuse it. And I hope President Trump will do that. I hope anybody there will do that. We've got to stop. We've got to convince our friends in the Middle East that we'll stand with them and try to protect them. But choosing undeclared wars in which the primary victims are civilians who are not politically involved one way or the other, just want to live decent lives, is not a very good solution. Do I think that we have to try to stop Iran from having a nuclear weapon? I do. I tried at that, and we had some success. But we don't have to have all this outright, constant killing of civilians who can't defend themselves and they just want a chance to live. Mr. Netanyahu has long wanted to fight Iran because that way he can stay in office forever and ever. And he's been there most of the last 20 years.
I don't understand how we got all.
Mr. Netanyahu has long wanted to fight Iran because That way he can stay in office forever and ever. And he's been there most
Dictator.
of the last 20 years. But I think we should be trying to defuse it. And I hope President Trump will do that. I hope anybody there will do that. We've got to stop. We've got to convince our friends in the Middle East that we'll stand with them and try to protect them.
So is that why they betraying?
Undeclared
Is who
war
dying?
in which the primary victims
Trump? Who dying?
who are not politically involved one way or the other.
Well, he was
just
sick.
want to live decent lives. It's not a very
They
good
may have
solution.
poisoned her. I don't know, but
Do I
he's
think
sick.
that we have
Oh,
to
they
try
say
to
he's
stop
sick from eating the
Iran
brains,
from having a
human
nuclear
brain.
weapon? I tried
I did see
that.
that.
We had some success.
Is that who you talking about?
But we don't have to have all this outright
You talking about
constant
Clinton?
killing of civilians who can't defend themselves and they just want a chance to live. Mr. Netanyahu has long wanted to fight Iran because that way he can stay in office forever and ever. And he's been there most of the last 20 years. But I think we should be trying to defuse it. And I hope President Trump will do that. I hope anybody there will do that. We've got to stop. We've got to convince our friends in the Middle East that we'll stand with them and try to protect them. But choosing undeclared wars in which the primary victims are civilians who are not politically involved one way or the other, just want to live decent lives, is not a very good solution. Do I think that we have to try to stop Iran from having a nuclear weapon? I did. I tried at that, and we had some success. But we don't have to have all this outright, constant killing of civilians who can't defend themselves and they just want a chance to live. Mr. Netanyahu has long wanted to fight.
Hold on, y'all. I'm trying to get this set up so we won't have all those trolls.
That way he can stay in office.
I was trying to rush to get back live.
For the last 20 years. But I think we should be trying to defuse it. And I hope President Trump will do that. I hope anybody there will do that. We've got to stop. We've got to convince our friends in the Middle East that we'll stand with them and try to protect them.
I don't understand how we got off.
Starting December 2026, the U.S. government will register you for the draft, and they're not going to ask.
They're not going to ask.
A law buried inside last year's defense bill gives the Selective Service System the authority to pull data directly from federal databases and auto-enroll every eligible male between 18 and 25.
Are y'all listening with y'all go there?
Opt out.
While
No
the president
notice.
may be embroiled in a war
Meanwhile,
overseas,
the White House won't commit to keeping troops out of Iraq. Caroline Leavitt said Trump keeps his options on the table, while Pete Hegseth told CBS the U.S. will go as far as we need to. Starting December 2026, the U.S. government will register you for the draft, and they're not going to ask. A law buried inside last year's defense bill gives the Selective Service System the authority to pull data directly from federal databases and auto-enroll every eligible male between 18 and 25. No opt-out, no notice. Meanwhile, the White House
No
won't
opt-out,
commit to keeping
but he
troops
opt-out.
of Iraq. Caroline Leavitt said Trump keeps his options on the table, while Pete Hegseth told CBS the U.S. will go as far as we need to. Even undocumented immigrants are on the list. Skipping registration? Still a felony. Still a potential $250,000 fine. The military has 1.3 million personnel, and experts say conscription is far off. But the machinery is being quietly rebuilt. Starting December 2026, the U.S.
But he
government will
opt out,
register
y'all.
you for the draft, and they're not going to ask. A law buried inside last year's defense bill gives the Selective Service System the authority to pull data directly from federal databases and auto-enroll every eligible male between 18 and 25. No opt-out, no notice. Meanwhile, The White House won't commit to keeping troops out of Iraq. Caroline Leavitt said Trump keeps his options on the table, while Pete Hegseth told CBS the U.S. will go as far as we need to. Even undocumented immigrants are on the list. Skipping registration? Still a felony. Still a potential $250,000 fine. The military has 1.3 million personnel, and experts say conscription is far off. But the machinery is being quietly rebuilt. Starting December 2026, the U.S. government will register you for the draft.
Okay, y'all,
And they're
hold
not
on.
going to ask. A law buried inside last year's defense bill gives the Selective Service System the authority to pull data directly from federal databases and auto-enroll every eligible male between 18 and 25.
Where is... Okay, so I'm trying to find it. Can it? Why am I listening to it? But I can't find it. Hold on. There go Tucker. I'm trying to figure out why I can't find it, but I'm listening to it in my ear. An hour ago. Hold on, y'all. I'm trying to find it. Why? How am I listening to what I need to play right now in my ear, but I can't find it on my laptop? Where they do that? What in the world is going on? And I need to play. It's bad. Yeah, this is crazy. It kicked me out right when I was about to go in. Okay, let's go to one that bodies. There go Candace. There go Tucker. Oh, man. Yeah, he's been betrayed. Oh, well, no. They're just giving him a taste of his own medicine. Is this one? Y'all, it won't let me get there. I'm finna, you know I'm going, if I have to put it up on my phone. Okay, so he changed the title. He changed the title.
Donald Trump revolts.
Oh, I had it. He just changed the title.
Pretty revolting. This is just
Okay. Shout out to Brian. So before I go off to Candace and Tucker, let's hear what the hoo-ha is about. And then I'm going to tell you why I think that old girl came out with her statement. Yesterday I mentioned Michael Wolff. But I noticed something else today. And it may be because, you know, I was at one point, why is this? No, I need, okay. I know what's going on. I need to clear my cookies. Oh, maybe there is a possibility that they may be playing in our face, and this time they are. Okay, does anybody remember the other day when I made mention the ghost of Epstein files? And we seen a little cartoon skit about that ghost. Ouch. Y'all remember that? And so, here lately, last month, a lookalike in Israel popped up of Trump. I mean, of Epstein. He had his beard and, thick mustache, hair long, and we had like a couple of sightings of him in Israel with 2 bodyguards. Y'all remember that? And then last 2 weeks ago, we saw Palm Beach Pete that looked like he had done a little work on him, and all of a sudden he driving around town with a drop top honey on the side of him, And it was like, who is this guy? And then all of a sudden he started. Reckon they are really spooking Trump and Melania. And now I'm thinking maybe Wolff and Epstein, because they had that book. He had 100 hours with him, and he gave him a whole bunch of information. And something happened a couple of months ago, and I said Epstein leaking some stuff. Y'all may not remember that, because later in this hour, a lot of these people are new. But if you've been a tea sipper for a minute, I kind of dropped that. Like, is he sending clues and stuff, sending information, leaking information from behind the scenes, from the grave, from wherever he at? And okay. And then not too long ago when the war started, and I was saying Bibi Netanyahu got taken out. And hell, if Epstein's still over there, he may have got taken out too. And then all of a sudden, he popped up in Palm Beach. Y'all remember that? Palm Beach. Oh, that scraggly hair, mustache, and all them thick ass eyebrows. His disguise was taken off because we had pinned him up. We had put the nose together, the mouth, the wrinkle lines, and all of that. And then now we got Palm Beach Pete, since they fighting, right? Over in Israel. He got his ass up from out of there. And I'm saying to myself, oh, she done figured out that there is a possibility that the ghost of Epstein, Palm Beach Pete, working with Michael Wolff. Working with Michael Wolff. And my boy made mention of something earlier today, but I was in my, family lost feelings, and I heard him, and I pushed him on over to where the good stuff was at. But I really didn't listen to it. But right before they kicked me out of my own system, I was having an aha moment. So let me hear what he was saying.
Well, we now have, beyond a shadow of a doubt, absolute confirmation that President Trump and his administration during his first term staged and faked the death of Jeffrey Epstein so they could clear all of his charges. The man had a little cosmetic surgery. He goes by the name of Palm Beach Pete, according to this photo, which was taken of him driving his, luxury car in Palm Beach. And He has the same tattoo as Jeffrey Epstein. So what are the odds that the literally man that everybody in the world was calling Jeffrey Epstein and saying looks just like Jeffrey Epstein, just magically lives in the same state as Epstein used to have a palace in, and then just happens to go by the name of Palm Beach Pete? Everybody knows Palm Beach Pete, right? Well, we now have, beyond the shadow of a doubt, absolute confirmation that President Trump and his administration during his first term staged and faked the death of Jeffrey Epstein so they could clear all of his charges. The man had a little cosmetic surgery. He goes by the name of Palm Beach Pete, according to this photo, which was taken of him driving his, luxury car in Palm Beach. And he has the same tattoo as Jeffrey Epstein. So what are the odds that the literally man that everybody in the world was calling Jeffrey Epstein and saying looks just like Jeffrey Epstein, just magically lives in the same state as Epstein used to have a palace in, and then just happens to go by the name of Palm Beach Pete? Everybody knows Palm Beach Pete, right? Well, we
everybody know Jeffrey Epstein, right?
Absolute confirmation that President Trump and his administration during his first term staged and faked the death of Jeffrey Epstein so they could clear all of his charges. The man had a little cosmetic surgery. He goes by the name of Palm Beach Pete, according to this photo, which was taken of him driving his, luxury car in Palm Beach. And he has the same tattoo as Jeffrey Epstein. So what are the odds that the literally man that everybody in the world was calling Jeffrey Epstein and saying looks just like Jeffrey Epstein, just magically lives in the same state as Epstein used to have a palace in, and then just happens to go by the name of Palm Beach Pete? Everybody knows Palm Beach Pete, right? Well, we now have, beyond a shadow of a doubt, absolute confirmation that...
Now, I saw that earlier today. Early this morning. I can see what time I pushed it on over there for me to come back. Let me see. 2:13 p.m. And I said, So let's listen. And I'm saying, okay. And then old boy went off on other people. So I wonder if he working with Michael Wolff. Cause everything Michael Wolff is saying, he got it from Jeffrey Epstein. Pistol Pete. Palm Beach Pete, Jeffrey Epstein. He got it from him. And wouldn't it be ironic that she said that we need to open it back up? You need to clear these people need because she really realizing at this time that Jeffrey Epstein is still alive. And working with Michael Wolff. We gonna park that, y'all. Is it all right if we park that information? we clocking that T. Y'all put me there to clock it. We gonna clock that. We gonna park that. We're just thinking about Michael Wolff. Yesterday we was watching when he said Melania was hiding from him. And can't nobody understand why she just popped out. Did Trump know it? Yeah, he know it. She wouldn't have dared did anything without him knowing it. But now they spooked. They both spooked. Rightfully so. They better be something. But hold on, let's just go. So now we're gonna see before we go there and here. Let's do this.
Another day. Trump revolts against the MAGA revolt, and it's all pretty revolting. This is just another day. While the president may be embroiled in a war overseas, he's also got himself into another war back at home.
In a 485-word post, the president went after Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, and Alex Jones. The president called them low IQ, nut jobs, and troublemakers. He also called them losers who were just trying to latch onto MAGA for publicity.
First of all, how about the size of that post? No wonder there's so much chaos in the White House. Dude is too busy crafting his novel. And Trump better be careful, or he's going to have to start applying some of that hand makeup to his thumbs. But Donald Trump is not lashing out against the usual Democrats or journalists here. He's going after his top supporters, the MAGA elite, the creme de la crap of folks who got him elected. And why? Because even they found his threats to commit war crimes against millions upon millions of innocent Iranian civilians to be beyond the pale. But that is what happens when you speak out against this president. And calling them low IQ crazy people?
Were they low IQ crazy people when they had your back by any means necessary? Were they low IQ? They was. You just didn't want to call them that.
Kamala is grossly incompetent and in my opinion has a very low IQ.
Oh, and she finna run 2028.
Against this president. And calling them low IQ crazy
they finna hunt him down.
Sounds pretty familiar.
Kamala is grossly incompetent and in my opinion has a very low IQ. These people are crazy.
You know, I honestly can't imagine what these people hate more. Getting put on blast by the President of the United States.
These people are crazy.
And calling them low IQ crazy people sounds pretty familiar.
Kamala is grossly incompetent and in my opinion has a very low IQ. These people are crazy.
You know, I honestly can't imagine what these people hate more. Getting put on blast by the President of the United States, or getting grouped in with folks who think that Americans should have affordable health care. I mean, yuck, right? But to warrant a response like this from the President, whatever they said had to be pretty rough.
47 years of extortion, corruption, and death will finally end. God bless the great people of Iran.
Okay, hold on. Did you hear that sigh? Because we all know that sigh. That is the same sigh that the rest of us have sighed every morning since Trump got reelected. It's practically how we greet each other on the street now. Just a head nod and a... and that sigh was just the beginning.
Hey.
I mean, I don't know about you, but I am sick of this shit.
You don't know about us being sick of this shit? I actually think you do know about us, and you know about millions of other Americans.
Yeah, I mean, why did you support it?
In fact, we have been so sick of this shit, we've held numerous rallies to express our shit sick of it-ness. But for some reason, when we are sick of this shit, that doesn't really count.
Oh, King's people are back at it. Did you know that? I actually didn't even know that until we saw the snippets coming in from their latest No Kings protest, and they love the Constitution. Do they?
Yes, they do. That's why they printed a giant version of it. Do you know what a pain in the ass that must have been to carry through the streets for hours?
In order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, secure domestic tranquility, provide for the commons defense. Do you know it?
Before she softened her tone.
I'm sick of it. Can't he just behave like a normal human?
Y'all created this
honestly, like the president. 3D, yes. Shut up. Fucking shut up about that shit. You don't threaten to wipe out an entire civilization.
Did you tell your partner shut up?
A snippet of Meghan's show. He stopped watching before she softened her tone.
I'm sick of it. Can't he just behave like a normal
No, y'all created the
human?
monster.
I mean, honestly, like the president. 3D, yes. Shut up. Fucking shut up about that shit. You don't threaten to wipe out an entire civilization. We're talking about civilians just casually in a social media post.
I know. It's like, if you're gonna threaten the lives of innocent civilians, at least have the decency to do it during your campaign.
My people are so smart. And you know what else they say about my people? The polls. They say, I have the most loyal people.
Oh, baby, don't talk about the Pope. The Pope done flipped.
And shoot somebody, and I wouldn't lose the voters, okay? It's like incredible.
Your campaign.
My people are so smart. And you know what else they say about my people? The polls. They say, I have the most loyal people. Did you ever see that? Where I could stand in the middle of Fifth Avenue and shoot somebody, and I wouldn't lose any voters, okay? It's like incredible.
If you have SNAP or Medicaid,
that's how smart he think y'all are. Y'all that dumb.
Plus up to 10. See, now that is the type of behavior that gets Meghan's endorsement.
I hope all of you do what I did last week. Vote Trump and get 10 friends to vote Trump too.
Look, I don't want to call out Megyn Kelly on her hypocrisy here. It's just so easy to do. But the folks in the MAGA crowd know Trump better than anyone. They understand that this is what he does. And if I had to guess, I'd say they probably read everything the president posted about them and brushed it under the rug like so many of his other ramblings.
You chose money above respect. And what an absolute shame that you chose to do that toward the end of your life. Okay? Because you can't take money and things and stuff with you when you go. Just your soul. And you sold.
Girl, we gonna be over there with you in just a few. To hear what you had to say. You said, oh no, he didn't. Oh no, he didn't. Woo, baby, we got, what's just your name? Candace. We got, I know you didn't.
Money above respect. And what an absolute shame that you chose to do that toward the end of your life. Okay? Because you can't take money and things and stuff with you when you go. Just your soul. And you sold yours for what? Another gilded ballroom?
We want to cheer.
Okay, now Dorothy, I hate to be, I don't know, but you talking about leave the Pope alone. But ain't the Pope attached to the Vatican? Baby, what they saying, the Vatican has been protecting the Rothschild mob and mafia, and that they all in cahoots together, and hiding what's up under the deep, dark, underground world is the foundation of the Vatican, faking and shaking for the Rothschilds. Did you know that? Now I know that was rumors about the, folk fooling with them boys and stuff, but baby, I don't know if this the same Pope but that said that Vatican, the removing the sea scrolls and all the truth of the Bible, baby. I don't know which Pope you talking about, but they saying the Pope. Now the Pope is mad because he exposing and he just going too far, and they confused with the movement and the direction he's supposed to be going in, and he not following the guidelines, the standard operating procedures of what they were supposed to be doing, baby. I mean, since everybody telling on everybody and folk, in this cult is backstabbing. I don't know, but you leave the Pope alone. The Pope is saying, dude, you are moving outside of the guidelines. What the fuck are you doing in the name of? I don't know. But they say in that Vatican that hid the Dead Sea Scroll and all the truth cut within. Okay, well, let me go on. I thought I don't know. I ain't trying to touch on nobody's toes, but whatever they had going on that was wrapped up in the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers and the drinking of the blood, real blood, and the eating the bread and the kids and all that type of stuff.
According to the Torah, the state of Israel will come to an end. It's written in the Torah in Numbers 14, verse 41, a rebellion. According to the Torah, the state of Israel will come to an end. It's written in the Torah in Numbers 14,
will come what?
According to the Torah, the state of Israel will come to an end.
Oh, will come to an
end.
It's
written in the Torah in Numbers 14, verse 41, a rebellion against God cannot be succeed. The state of Israel will come to an end. We hope and pray to a peaceful end. And that the whole land from the river to the sea will go back to the Palestinians. How it will happen? I know people say, I say every time I pray to God, it should happen in a peaceful way. People say, cannot be, this will cost millions of lives. I say every time for people, no, just open, remember yourself what's happened for 35 years ago. I don't know if it's new times.
Many times.
Yes, and it was 1990.
Right, get that DNA.
And the USSR disappeared. According to the Torah, the state of Israel will come to an end. It's written in the Torah in Numbers 14, verse 41, a rebellion against God cannot be succeed. The state of Israel will come to an end. We hope and pray to a peaceful end. And that their whole...
Okay. Yeah, the Pope has power. Yeah, but yeah, you know, I don't know. He involved in a lot. They saying, I don't know if this is a new one, ain't it? But that Vatican, they talk about them red bottom, you know, the red shoes. That's showing that they've had a recent sacrifice. I just ain't went off into all of that type of stuff, you know. Yeah, you know, yeah. But best believe I got my eye on it. Yep. This stuff is deep. That's all I'm gonna say. Just because I ain't touched on it just yet, don't mean I'm not mindful somewhat of what is going on. I showed us earlier with Bibi Netanyahu. Did I show that?
Is developing now. Ballistic missiles that are intercontinental ballistic missiles for 8,000 kilometer range. What does that mean? They add another 3,000 kilometers, and they've got under their atomic guns, in New York City, in Target, Washington, Boston.
Who? They got us under
ballistic missiles that are intercontinental ballistic missiles for 8,000 kilometer range. What does that mean? It's developing now. Ballistic missiles that are intercontinental ballistic missiles for 8,000 kilometer range. What does that mean? They add another 3,000 kilometers, and they've got under their atomic guns, in New York City, in Target, Washington, Boston.
Now, how you know
Miami.
who you talking about, Bibi Netanyahu?
Okay, so that is a very great danger. You don't.
How do you know what they have atomic bombs? Because they don't have none. But how do you know? How do you know what another foreign country got? You've been lying on them for umpteen years. You want us to fall up under fear of something that you have no knowledge of. But I did hear something that you said. Let me find it. Because it almost sounded like you didn't want to lie, outright lie. And your wording was very peculiar. Let me see if I find it right quick before I get back where I was. You hung on a lot of possibility. Where did I put that thing? Yeah, you are failed rescue. Oh Lord, and this is hold on y'all. They did a simulation of what happened on this rescue. How it failed. Iran. Hold on. Because you know they're gonna lie. So they did a simulation. Automated video. This is what happened. John, what you talking about allegedly? What are you talking about? I believe the Rothschilds are one of them. Did you hear me say Rothschilds, Rockefellers? You didn't hear me say that? Yeah, there are a number of them. Primary Rothschilds bought the state of Israel. Are there others? There's a whole list of them, but the state of Israel and the correlation of these elites, there are about six different families. Well, that's what they said. They put this together. AI rescue mission. Okay, bye, John. I'm not gonna do this with you. Yeah, you want to debate? It's too late. Bye. Go somewhere else. Let's start over. Well, one thing is for sure, the U.S. ain't gonna give us nothing. Trump ain't gonna give us shit. Because they lost the war. That ain't allegedly. That's a fact. Don't come over here with all of that deflection. I'm not having it. And they hit the like button. I know good and damn well I said simulation. I know I did. I know I did. It was something I was looking for. Okay, yeah, let me go on, cause yeah, I know what I said.
Hypocrisy here, it's just so easy to do. But the folks in the MAGA crowd know Trump better than anyone. They understand that this is what he does. And if I had to guess, I'd say they probably read everything the president posted about them and brushed it under the rug like so many of his other ramblings.
You chose money above respect. And what an absolute shame that you chose to do that toward the end of your life, okay? Because you can't take money and things and stuff with you when you go, just your soul. And you sold yours for what? Another gilded ballroom?
We want to cheer and root for America, but you don't have to be in a cult where you can't call it out. And that is what this has turned into. It's turned into a cult where the Trump administration, the president himself, and everyone around him demands cult-like worship.
Right. Donald's MAGA movement is starting to feel like a cult. Now, his demand for cult-like worship is beginning to be a bit much. But, okay, delayed though this all may be, I gotta ask, what the hell is happening? It feels like the whole world is unraveling. Marjorie Taylor Greene is saying MAGA feels like a cult. Candace Owens is sounding like she's ready to gear up to fill in for Rachel Maddow. And all of this a day after...
Sold yours for what? Another gilded ballroom?
We want to cheer and root for America,
But you don't have to be in a cult where you can't call it out. And that is what this has turned into. It's turned into a cult where the Trump administration, the president himself, and everyone around him demands cult-like worship.
Right. Donald's MAGA movement is starting to feel like a cult. Now, his demand for cult-like worship is beginning to be a bit much. But, okay, delayed though this all may be, I gotta ask, what the hell is happening? It feels like the whole world is unraveling. Marjorie Taylor Greene is saying MAGA feels like a cult. Candace Owens is sounding like she's ready to gear up to fill in for Rachel Maddow. And all of this a day after Melania called for anyone involved in the Epstein cover-up to be brought to justice. Next thing you know, Matt Gaetz is going to start paying to sleep with women his own age. But the MAGA revolt didn't stop there.
Alex Jones wrote on X, quote, I have made it
what did he say?
I no longer support Trump.
She's ready to gear up to fill in for Rachel Maddow. And all of this a day after Melania called for anyone involved in the Epstein cover-up to be brought to justice. Next thing you know, Matt Gaetz is going to start paying to sleep with women his own age. But the MAGA revolt didn't stop there.
Alex Jones wrote on X, quote, I have made it very clear that I no longer support Trump, and I'm very thankful to him for making it clear that I have nothing to do with him. The new Trump is a rotting husk of the old Trump.
And if there's anyone who's earned the right to describe someone else as a rotting husk of a human, it's this guy. And apparently, the war in Iran wasn't the only line in the sand for this human trash bag.
Well, President Trump came out on Truth Social and attacked myself and all the original MAGA supporters today. And I'm just so sad that whatever's happened to him has totally changed the man he once was. I stand with Melania Trump, and I stand with the truth. I stand with the victims of Epstein, against the Epstein class.
Is it me, or is Alex Jones trying to lay some ground game here to score a date with the First Lady? I mean, I know that this man was shameless, but I didn't know he was a shame. And apparently, the war in Iran wasn't the only line in the sand for this human trash bag.
Well, President Trump came out on Truth Social and attacked myself and all the original MAGA supporters today. And I'm just so sad that whatever's happened to him has totally changed the man he once was. I stand with Melania Trump, and I stand with the truth. I stand with the victims of Epstein, against the Epstein class.
Is it me, or is Alex Jones trying to lay some ground game here to score a date with the First Lady? I mean, I know that this man was shameless, but I didn't know he was a shameless romantic. But I guess that he sees the writing on the wall like the rest of us. I'm just saying, in the next few days...
He want a piece of Melania. You want a piece of Melania. You want a piece of that airplane love. Give me that airplane love. You want some airplane love. Wow. These people have no shame. Do you hear me? He said, listen, I done lost a little weight. Well, no, I done lost a lot of weight. And I think I got a chance. What the hell you mean, Auntie Fee? I think I can pull her. You know, I don't have no dysfunctions and shit. He said I could show her what real love feel like. I want to know what real love feels like. Good love, good love.
First Lady? I mean, I know that this man was shameless, but I didn't know he was a shameless romantic. But I guess that he sees the writing on...
That whatever's happened to him has totally changed the man he once was. I stand with Melania Trump, and I stand with the truth. I stand with the victims of Epstein. That whatever's happened to him has totally changed the man he once was. I stand with Melania Trump, and I stand with the truth. I stand with the victims of Epstein, against the Epstein class.
Is it me, or is Alex Jones trying to lay some ground game here to score a date with the First Lady? I mean, I know that this man was shameless, but I didn't know he was a shameless romantic. But I guess that he sees the writing on the wall like the rest of us. I'm just saying, if in the next few days a heart-shaped box with some highly questionable dietary supplements show up at the White House, we'll know exactly who they're from. Now, it would be one thing to chalk all of this dissent up to a few high-profile podcasters, but something tells me this right-wing rebellion is a slightly larger issue.
The New York Times analyzed more than 40,000 comments on President Trump's Truth Social posts. They found this, quote, more than half of those responding to Mr. Trump's warning on Tuesday morning that Iran's whole civilization will die
were deeply critical of his comments. Only a quarter of the comments were supported.
The board found new ground to assimilate. Donald Trump can't even get majority support on his own app. He owns the thing. It exists essentially as a megaphone for his own posts. Losing support there should be a sign that you have lost the plot. Honestly, at this point, I think Trump is just going to keep creating social media platforms until everyone there agrees with him. In the end, it'll just be one random follower hearting his post on Super Real Patriot Chat. The reality is, Donald Trump is lashing out in a fit of fury because his own coalition has dared to hold him to the standard that he set for himself. This president is pissed because people had the audacity to believe him. Believe him when he said that he wouldn't get America into wars, that he would put America first, that he would hold anyone involved with Jeffrey Epstein accountable.
The audacity to believe him.
While I don't see eye to eye with these MAGA folks on pretty much anything, I mean, especially this guy, for obvious reasons, I'm glad they're finally waking up to the reality of who Trump is. Like the rest of us, they too feel betrayed by their president. Frankly, even more so. I mean, Candace Owens threw her support behind Trump. Marjorie and Meghan stumped for him at rallies. Tucker even went to the White House.
Y'all know we love us some Candace.
And while I don't see eye to eye with these MAGA folks on pretty much anything, I mean, especially this guy, for obvious reasons, I'm glad they're finally waking up to the reality of who Trump is. Like the rest of us, they too feel betrayed by their president. Frankly, even more so. I mean, Candace Owens threw her support behind Trump. Marjorie and Meghan stumped for him at rallies. Tucker even went to the White House and wore this super-sized MAGA hat. And now, he looks pretty stupid. I mean, not then. Then he looked like a super cool guy, totally, definitely on the right side of history. But now this is a picture he probably regrets taking. Coming to the realization that the man that you championed and that empowered is actually a greedy, lying, power-hungry, autocratic cult leader who will tune you out the minute you disagree with him is a tough pill to swallow. But you're not alone. There are millions of you out there. And if you're having any trouble finding them, don't worry. Just listen for that collective sound. Exactly. Before you go, I'm very excited.
Listen for what, Brian?
Power-hungry, autocratic cult leader who will tune you out the minute you disagree with him is a tough pill to swallow. But you're not alone. There are millions of you out there. And if you're having any trouble finding them, don't worry. Just listen for that collective sound. Exactly.
Yeah. God, please forgive me. Okay. So let's go on over to here where it begins. Let's hear this.
Will not let you down. You will be very, very impressed, I hope.
President Trump, you promised to never let me down. But now you've let yourself and America down. Thank you so much for delineating that I'm not with you, a sinking, burning ship. The left attacks me and says, oh, you admit he was bad the whole time. You made a mistake. No, we got a lot of good done with him. I'm proud of the fact I went through hell to support Trump. But I have integrity, and I will now stand against this new Trump, who by the day becomes more demonic, more twisted, and more sick.
Wow.
Heartbreaking. Yesterday, Donald Trump, alas.
Admit he was bad the whole time. He made a mistake. No, we got a lot of good done with him. I'm proud of the fact I went through hell to support Trump. But I have integrity, and I will now stand against this new Trump, who by the day becomes more demonic, more twisted, and more sick.
Heartbreaking. Yesterday, Donald Trump, alas, signed the divorce papers between himself and conservative media figures. You know, the ones that helped get him elected, folks like Alex Jones and Megyn Kelly and Tucker Carlson. And as much as Trump wanted this to hurt him, apparently, they're doing just fine. And they have no problem with what he's doing. They're going, hey, we'll actually see you later. So, Cenk, what is your reaction to this out of the gate?
Yeah, this has gone thermonuclear. I mean, Elliott's going to show you Candace Owens, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Tim Pool, showed you Benny Johnson earlier. I mean, Trump is taking on the entire right-wing broadcasting industry that's online, at least. And so let's hear the facts of the death match, and then we'll talk about who's going to win.
Yeah, pop your popcorn. So, in a very
Pop
long-winded
your
rant
popcorn.
yesterday, Trump took aim specifically at Tucker Carlson, Alex Jones, Candace Owens, and Megyn Kelly. So we already gave you Tucker Carlson's reaction, but the others on that list, and other prominent MAGA figures, some of whom wear beanies, have also responded, and not positively at all. So Candace Owens posted on X, "It may be time to put Grandpa up in a home." Uh-oh.
Papa?
Hi. This is really hard for me to do.
Bless you.
Now, Alex Jones seemed to be a bit more heartbroken, but was more so sad at the nosedive Trump has taken. It seems to be a common theme in MAGA right now, especially since the start of his second term.
Well, President Trump came out on Truth Social and attacked myself and all the original MAGA supporters today. And I'm just so sad that whatever's happened to him has totally changed the man he once was. He did so much good. I supported the old Trump that got so many good things done. But at the end of the day, I just feel sorry for him and pray that God touch his heart and soul and free him from the demonic influences that he's under. Was I somewhat naive? Did I defend Trump too long? He did so much good? Yeah, I did. Are people that, said I defended him too long, are they right? Yeah, looks like they are. Found to a victory lap. But I did it from a place of believing he was the lesser of two evils. And I guess at the end of the day, justice be done may have its fall. There's no such thing as lesser of two evils. So I took the establishment attacking him as the sign I should support him. I took myself being attacked for supporting him as a sign I should support him.
Thank you, me.
Now it's certainly clear that this new Donald Trump is somebody we should support, and I'm not. So I'm energetically opposing him. I'm calling for the 25th Amendment if he continues to call for nuclear war and genocide.
I think there's a lesser of two evils. I do think that still exists. Now, Megyn Kelly, who was also named in Trump's Truth Social post, hasn't responded publicly yet, but this post didn't just affect those who were named. A lot of folks didn't like it. The headquarters X account posted multiple screenshots from Trump's followers on Truth Social, and they were not having it. What? You're way out of line here. Most of these people, especially Alex Jones, have been your day ones. You need to step back and take a good hard look at who's whispering in your ear. Get back to America first. First, they put up years of views, and then you have Trump just going against everyone that fought for him to win. Sleepy says, "Clearly, you're insane. Time to resign, Donald, or face the 25th. You're mentally and emotionally unfit to be POTUS. Could have told you that." Quirkham says, Trumpy is mad that the people who believed and spread his campaign lies don't believe him anymore. What a deranged lunatic. And the gray area says, "So we can only listen to Mark Levin for news. These people helped you get you elected. You are actively alienating your base every day. This is sad." And finally, the pot calling the kettle black. Hilarious. Sounds like a fifth grader. Donald Trump is a loser. Everybody knows it. Total psychopath. Low IQ. The lowest. Everyone knows it. I actually do agree with all that. He's so insecure he has to battle. Belittle his critics. What an embarrassment to the United States. Someone get this man on meds immediately. So while she wasn't named in the post, former Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, who has become another recent enemy of Trump, wrote, "President Trump has gone mad as he wages war against Iran, a broken campaign promise. I fought alongside Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, and Alex Jones to help get Trump elected." Now he goes off on a rambling rant attacking all of us in one post. We never changed. Trump did. America first. Gee, I do wonder why he changed. But probably one of the more shocking reactions was from none other than Tim Pool. "That does it. I am done. That was the last straw. I'm so angry." I don't really know if he read it exactly like that, but I like to think he did. So Tim Pool is upset, and when Tim Pool is upset, everybody listens. So, Jank, what do you make of all of this?
Yeah, so if you've lost Tim Pool, you've probably lost your whole base. But on TV, I hear he hasn't lost a single voter. I mean, look at all those guys. Those are MAGA of MAGA, right? And ranging from leaning right to off the cliff right? So now Alex Jones is calling him demonic. Tucker Carlson saying he's a slave. So I mean, this is as over the top as it gets, and so media, in my opinion, determines everything. And so I think Donald Trump is in a gigantic trouble. I know that, again, there's people who believe that he hasn't lost anybody, and it's mental. It's totally mental. So this is going to pulverize his ratings. Because, Elliot, what kept his popularity at from cratering past, like, now he wavers between 33% and 40%, but I thought 33% was kind of almost an unbreakable barrier, but I think it's going to be broken, and I think he's going to get into the 20s, because Democrats he'd lost from day one, and he's lost all the independents already with his maniacal actions, including the ones that voted for him, but now he's going to eat into his own base, which it seemed was impenetrable. But there, you just saw it with your own eyes. It has been penetrated. And he's the one who did it. He's the one who screwed them. And now, you know these guys. You think that all these guys on the right are just going to lay down and go, oh, okay. Look, to be fair, sometimes they have. A lot of times they have, right? But this is a bridge too far, though. I mean, they're talking about the 25th Amendment. I don't know if they're going to go to shoptyt.com and start buying this, but so that's our latest shirt. Maybe we'll get Republicans going to shoptyt.com more than Democrats now. But my God, his top broadcasters are saying Trump should get the 25th Amendment. This is as big a civil war within a party as I have ever seen. So I think the podcasters are going to win and Trump is going to lose. What do you think, Elliot?
I really hope you're right about at least the base and that 33% mark. I do wonder if there's like a sunk cost fallacy where they're just going to absolutely, like some people are just too far in. And I know we've been throwing around a lot of gambling metaphors, but that's one where I think that they've just like invested too much at this point and there's too much social capital in their support of Trump. But I do think that there is room for it to go down at least a little bit. As for the podcasters, yeah, I think they're going to come out on top. These are media savvy people, and Trump used to be a media savvy person, and I don't think he is anymore. I think he's lost a little bit of his magic touch. But is that wishful thinking? I guess we'll see.
Melania and Trump
and so, by the way, part of the reason why they're reacting this way to Trump is not because they're angels, but because their own audience is telling them,
Rudy.
if you don't come out against the Iran war, if you seem like you're kissing Israel's ass, then we're going to hate you and we're going to leave you. And the idea of losing their audience is the one thing that they're more afraid of than Donald Trump. So, all right, Battle Royale. We're all going to see with our own eyes who's going to win soon enough.
Don't forget, Noble Mobile saving you a ton of money. So a lot of people...
Okay, let's go. Totally want first. Let me see. Ouch. I got to stop getting and sitting on this. I need for y'all to hit the like button, y'all. 419 people in here. I only have 75 likes. $1.30 in gems. Come on, y'all, support the platform. It's 1:37 in the morning. Super chat, super stickers, send some gems, support the platform, hit the like button. It's 3 dots at the top right corner. Let's get it popping. Tucker Carlson say Trump is being blackmailed. Is that the one that I was supposed to be watching?
On Tuesday, Megyn Kelly joined Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and Alex Jones to slam Donald Trump's Easter truth message, one that called for the end of Iranian civilization. President Trump took note, and yesterday he fired back. In a sprawling Truth Social post, he called them low IQ, nut jobs, losers, and troublemakers. He added that nobody pays attention to them because they are not MAGA. In his telling, MAGA is him. While the president tried to project that people don't care about all of his former friends turning on him, his post about them was almost 500 words long. And that wasn't even the end of the fight. Owens responded by posting a screenshot of Trump's post on X and writing, "It may be time to put Grandpa up in a home." Alex Jones responded by saying the war in Iran has been a total disaster and that he pitied Trump, who he accused of suffering from dementia. And Marjorie Taylor Greene posted on X that she joined Owens, Carlson, and the others to help Trump get elected. They didn't change, he did. The question is, will Donald Trump's so-called betrayal of MAGA promises break through to the base. Joining us now, senior reporter for The Bulwark, Will Summer, author of the Substack newsletter To the Contrary, Charlie Sykes, former Undersecretary of State and MS Now political analyst, Richard Stengel, and with me here on set, host of SiriusXM's The Dean Obeidallah Show, Dean Obeidallah, of course. All right, Charlie, I'm going first to you. I want your thoughts on how deep this division goes, and if you think it's going to have any impact on the future direction of Trump and his party.
Yeah, it's really sad to see the end of such a beautiful friendship if these people had only been warned a few years ago. But the polls suggest, that the base is still behind Donald Trump and he's still far more popular than Tucker Carlson. But this is a drip, 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 bit by bit. Something's happening that hasn't happened before, which is that members of that MAGA base are hearing some really scathing criticism of Donald Trump. And if they're not breaking with Trump right now, there is some hesitancy. There are some doubts.
I think I'm supposed to be watching the blackmail one. Hold on.
Where even I was shocked. So Elliot, tell us about it.
All right, well,
oh no, that's the one I just watched.
Carlson,
Okay.
Will not let you down. You will be very, very
Okay, so let me get to
impressed, I hope.
Candace. Let's get to Candace. I watched Tucker. Okay, what was this? Hold on.
All right, everybody, I was about to log off for the day, but we have some breaking news to run down regarding sexual assault allegations against a front runner for the governor's race of California. Representative Eric Swalwell just got a slew of sexual assault allegations. 4 separate women came out and said that Eric Swalwell has sexually assaulted them or raped them or taken advantage of them. Many of them were staffers for Eric Swalwell. We'll read through this in just one moment, but I am so incredibly sick of skeevy, pervy men rising to the top of American power
Common denominator.
It happens disproportionately on the Republican side, but it happens with Democrats.
This is the Democrat.
Too. And we have to hold our own to account the same way we expect Republicans to. And
Oxnard, I went there a long time ago.
I mean, just the state of Florida has produced a bunch of pervy right-wing men. We have Donald Trump, who has dozens of sexual assault allegations and is on camera bragging about this stuff, and still rose to power.
It was a beautiful coastal.
We have people like Matt Gaetz, also
I think
from Florida.
we drove from Oxnard to Santa
James
Barbara.
Fishback, a gubernatorial candidate from Florida.
It was beautiful.
We have people that should be held accountable for their actions, and they haven't been. So on our side, I think it's fair that we call for people to resign or to drop out when credible allegations come out. When there's a string of 4 people who have worked for him and connected to him saying the same thing or very similar things, then we know these are credible, confirmed allegations, and these women need to be believed and taken very, very seriously. So Eric Swalwell needs to drop out. Let's run through what happened. Let's run through the power dynamics in the United States that allow this to happen. And as always, make sure you drop a like to help boost our pro-democracy message, to help boost our pro-human dignity message. I mean, just for a second, before I read this article off, I'm just so sick. I'm so sick of American power structures being set up in such a way where men who are narcissistic, manipulative, liars,
I
take
told y'all
advantage
a
of
lot
others,
was going
not only
on.
women, but people in the workplace, lie all the time, are then rewarded by rising to power and given so many breaks. When I was a kid, I was told that being a nice person, being kind to other people, respecting other people with, or treating other people with dignity, respecting other people's bodily autonomy, just being a man meant being respectful. But every single time I look up to the highest echelons of power in the United States and I see people
Kelly.
like Donald Trump calling for genocide or making fun of deaths, I see people like J.D. Vance, Elon Musk is in power, I wonder what kind of lessons am I supposed to learn from these decrepit, pervy men, most of whom have allegations against them, right? So I'm just so sick of power structures incentivizing this type of ruthless behavior rather than demonizing this type of ruthless behavior. Listen, it's fine to be ruthlessly passionate about something. I'm passionate about my business, and I prioritize a lot of things in my life, but I'm not an asshole. I don't put other people down. I don't ever hurt anybody. So to see men in positions of power that abuse people beneath them and almost make it to the governor of California is so incredibly disgraceful. Listen to this. A former staffer of Representative Eric Swalwell, a leading Democratic candidate for California governor, says that the congressman raped her when she was heavily intoxicated and left her bruised, bleeding, and more. An allegation that Swalwell strongly denies, but she said, quote, "I was pushing him off me, saying no," the woman told CNN. She said it was the second time Swalwell had non-consensual contact with her while she was drunk. In 2019, when she was still working for him, she woke up naked in a hotel room after a night of heavy drinking. Three other women who spoke with CNN also alleged various kinds of sexual misconduct by the Democrat congressman, including Swalwell sending them unsolicited, explicit messages or nude photos. One woman who connected online with Swalwell over her interest in Democratic politics says she ended up extremely drunk inside a hotel room after a night out with the congressman, with little memory of what occurred. Earlier in the night at a bar, he kissed her and touched her leg without her consent. Another woman who described receiving unsolicited nude messages from Swalwell was social media creator Ali Samarco. She said she initially reached out to the congressman on Twitter to discuss politics. Quote, "I truly never thought he would respond. I had like 1,000 followers at the time, and he actually responded." Swalwell denied these allegations and sent out letters saying they were false. I find this part to be incredibly disgusting. One of the letters said that the women's claims were, quote, undermined by their voluntary and cooperative relationship with Mr. Swalwell over the course of many years. Okay, so you're in a position of power over a woman in the workplace, and you sexually assault her or abuse her or rape her in this case, and then she continues to work for you because she's scared to leave or report you because you're an effing congressman, and you say that's proof that nothing happened? This is just a fundamental misunderstanding of how power dynamics work, and it's so incredibly disgusting that this person is a congressman, and if these allegations are true, he needs to resign absolutely immediately. Here's the difference between us and Republicans. Ron Filipkowski on Twitter says, Democrats' reaction to the Swalwell story is appropriate.
You're not gonna say that.
If he was a Republican, he'd go up at least 5 points with their primary voters. We have people like James Fishback, people like Matt Gaetz, who have not been held accountable, but who have been given the golden silver spoon this entire time to continue growing their political careers. Matt Gaetz was not forced to resign by any Republicans. He was not pushed out or censured by any Republicans. He resigned because Speaker of the House Mike Johnson protected him as much as he could from this House Ethics Committee report from releasing. And the day the House Ethics Committee report was going to come out exposing Republican Matt Gaetz, who is a representative from Florida for Venmoing underage girls and sleeping with them, he resigned to escape all accountability. We have seen Speaker of the House Mike Johnson protect Matt Gaetz, Donald Trump, and others to make sure they can avoid all accountability. People like James Fishback in Florida are not punished for their allegations. They're not punished for this. James Fishback is rewarded. So we need to create an incentive structure in the United States where you are rewarded for being a hardworking, good, loyal human being who cares about decency and respect. Right now, we live in the upside down from Stranger Things, where everything is inverted so much so that this entire cabinet is full of perhaps the most vile human beings you could potentially think of. Stephen Miller, Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, at one point, Elon Musk. These are not people that we look up to for better morals. These are people we should look down upon. So it's interesting. You see a pattern of the people rising to the top in society that have done these despicable things. We're going to do work every single day on the Adam Mochler channel to make sure the Democratic Party, to make sure that America is full of people who are not riddled with a past of sexual assault allegations, but who are fighting for a better America, who are free of scandal. And listen, if you made some edgy joke on Twitter in 2013, I don't think you should be canceled. I've talked about this on my channel before, but if you are somebody who has a string of sexual assault and rape allegations throughout the years, you're gone from the Democratic Party. That is my opinion. That is how we push for a better America. One member of Swalwell's staff said they quit immediately after receiving CNN's detailed list of questions about the allegations. CNN, and this is important, CNN found corroboration for key elements of each of the women's claims, including the former staffer who said she was sexually assaulted. 2 family members and a friend said in interviews with CNN that she told them about the alleged assault in 2024 in the following days. CNN also revealed text messages, they reviewed them, that she sent 2 friends describing the allegations in the days following. Quote, "I was sexually assaulted on Thursday," she wrote to one of her friends, by Eric. The woman also shared medical records related to her receiving STD and pregnancy testing after the alleged results. I already know there are going to be people in the comments who have some weird incentive to say, is this true? Is there proof behind the allegations? Yes, there is proof, and that is why it's being reported. For the woman who connected online with Swalwell over Democratic politics, a family member and 2 friends confirmed she told them last year about the incident where she ended up intoxicated in his hotel room. CNN also reviewed messages between her and Swalwell, including a photo he sent her that matches footage of him during a CNN interview in her city on the night they met in person. The women described a similar pattern of events. Swalwell, who is married and has 3 children, showed close interest in their lives when they were in their 20s and finding their footing professionally, making them feel special and even starstruck. Then, they said, he would send them increasingly sexual messages. Many said they reciprocated and engaged in part because he was in a position of power. In some cases, these inappropriate exchanges escalated to alleged unwanted physical touch or sexual assault, often tied to episodes of heavy drinking. The women asked not to be named out of fear of retaliation by Swalwell or professional consequences for speaking out against him. CNN reviewed screenshots of dozens of messages Swalwell exchanged with the women, many of which were flirtatious in nature. None of the messages reviewed by CNN are sexually explicit. The women said Swalwell generally sent more graphic messages via Snapchat, where messages are automatically deleted after a period of time. The allegations come as Swalwell has become a fixture on cable news and is ascended in the polls for California's competitive governor's race. Rumors about this misbehavior have been swirling on social media and have been kind of like behind the scenes in California for a while. I have a lot of friends in California who are saying they're not surprised by any of this, but I mean, I find it always surprising and shocking when people are rising to the top echelons of power and have these types of allegations. Disgusting, sickening. I'm going to leave it there. Make sure you drop a like and subscribe to the Adam Mocker feed to fight for a better future, to fight for a better America. I love you all, and peace out.
When my team pitched the idea, I thought it was impossible. A pan that sears like stainless, lasts like cast iron, and doesn't use toxic coatings, but it's real. The non-stick is constructed, not coated.
Producing alone, Iran will be capable of producing alone, without importing anything, nuclear bombs within 3 to 5 days. Ladies and gentlemen, time is running out. Bomb.
Same story for how many years?
Of producing alone, without importing anything, nuclear bombs within 3 to 5 days. Ladies and gentlemen, time is running out. Bomb. Iran is gearing up to produce 25 bombs, atomic bombs a year.
Oh, you don't, it's not showing you. Okay, so
Iran will be capable
1995.
of producing alone, without importing anything, nuclear bombs within 3 to 5 days. Ladies and gentlemen,
1996.
Iran is gearing up to have
2006.
25 bombs, atomic bombs a year, 250 bombs in a day. They're very close. They're 6 months away from
2012.
about 90% of having the rich uranium for an atom to do it.
Iran is so
2015.
weeks away from having the fissile material for an entire arsenal of nuclear bombs.
They have
2018.
The stored up preserved knowledge to make a bomb very quickly if they wanted, if not stopped. Iran could
2025.
produce a nuclear weapon in a very short time. It could be a year. It could be within a few months. Iran will be capable of producing alone, without importing anything, nuclear bombs within...
You know, I want you to sit with me for a minute. Just sit with me. Because what's happening right now in the world, what's unfolding as we speak in April of 2026, is one of the most dangerous and consequential moments in American foreign policy that I have seen in my lifetime. And I have seen a few. Now look, I'm not here to score political points. I never thought that was useful when I was in the Oval Office, and I don't think it's useful now. But I am here because I believe the American people deserve to understand what is being done in their name. And right now, a great deal is being done, and a great deal is going wrong. As we sit here today, the Strait of Hormuz, the narrow waterway through which roughly 1/5 of the world's oil supply passes every single day, is effectively under Iranian control. Only Iranian-flagged vessels have moved through in the last 24 hours. Iran's supreme leader has announced what he calls a new phase in managing that strait. Let me tell you something. When a country announces a new phase over the choke point of the global economy, that affects every American who drives to work, heats their home, or buys groceries. We have a 2-week ceasefire that was brokered not by the United States, not by our diplomats, but by Pakistan. The President of the United States spent weeks reaching out to Iran for a deal, and Iran didn't answer until someone else picked up the phone. Meanwhile, our own president threatened the annihilation of an entire civilization on social media, attacked his own allies, Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, Alex Jones, calling them losers and worse, and spent a meeting with the NATO Secretary General delivering what was described as nothing but a tirade of insults. Threatened the annihilation of an entire civilization on social media, attacked his own allies, Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, Alex Jones, calling them losers and worse, and spent a meeting with the NATO Secretary General delivering what was described as nothing but a tirade of insults. And the part that worries me most, we'll come back to that in a moment. But here's what I need you to understand right now. This is not normal. None of this is normal. And the question every American should be asking, regardless of party, is whether the person steering this ship knows where the rocks are. Because from where I'm sitting, we are very, very close to them. Now, to understand where we are, you've got to understand how we got here. And that requires being honest about a sequence of decisions and missed opportunities that brought us to this precipice. The tensions between the United States and Iran didn't start yesterday. They go back decades. I dealt with Iran when I was president. It was never easy, but there was always a principle that guided American policy. You keep the door open to diplomacy, even when you're angry, even when you don't trust the other side, especially when you don't trust the other side. That's what we did with North Korea in 1994. We came within inches of a military confrontation, and we pulled it back through painstaking, unglamorous negotiation. That's what we did in Dayton in 1995. 3 warring factions in Bosnia, none of whom wanted to be in the same room. And we kept them there until we had a peace agreement. The key to all of that was credibility. Our allies trusted us. Our adversaries believed that when we said something, we meant it, and only what we said. There was discipline in our words. Now here's what happened with Iran. The situation escalated. Military strikes, counter-strikes, threats, and ultimatums. Diplomatic off-ramps existed, but they were bypassed. And when things got truly dangerous, when the President of the United States needed a ceasefire, he couldn't get one. He reached out to Iran for approximately 3 weeks, and Iran didn't engage. It took Pakistan, Prime Minister Sharif, personally to broker a framework. A 10-point plan that Iran agreed to on its terms on April 7th and 8th. And here's where things start to get really complicated. That 10-point framework apparently includes Lebanon. Pakistan's prime minister said so publicly.
Y'all still with me? Can y'all
Iran's
hear?
parliament leader,
Hit the like button for me.
ADOLPH, said the entire resistance axis, including Lebanon, is inseparable from the agreement. He cited
Are y'all still with me?
point 1 of the plan directly. But Vice President Vance went on record saying Lebanon has nothing to do with Iran and isn't part of the deal. Now let me tell you something from experience. When two sides to a ceasefire disagree about what they agreed to, you don't have a ceasefire. You have a ticking clock. And right now, that clock, Iran didn't engage. It took Pakistan, Prime Minister Sharif, personally to broker a framework. A 10-point plan that Iran agreed to on its terms on April 7th and 8th. And here's where things...
Can y'all hear me? Hi, Johnny. Are you able to hear me?
That 10-point framework apparently includes Lebanon. Pakistan's prime minister said so publicly. Iran's parliament leader, Ghalibaf, said the entire resistance axis, including Lebanon, is inseparable from the agreement. He cited point 1 of the plan directly. But Vice President Vance went on record saying Lebanon has nothing to do with Iran and isn't part of the deal. Now let me tell you something from experience. When two sides to a ceasefire disagree about what they agreed to, you don't have a ceasefire. You have a ticking clock. And right now, that clock is ticking very loudly. Let me walk you through what I see as the 5 fractures, 5 simultaneous pressure points, any one of which could shatter this fragile ceasefire. The first is the Strait of Hormuz. Iran has effectively stopped all non-Iranian tanker traffic. The Ayatollah announced a new management phase for the strait and urged Arab nations to, quote, stand in the right place and not trust the false promises of devils. That's not subtle. When Hormuz closes, oil prices spike, supply chains break, and every economy on earth feels it. This is leverage, and Iran is using it. The second fracture is Lebanon. Iran's foreign minister, Arachi, has been explicit. A region-wide ceasefire, including Lebanon, would hasten Netanyahu's legal reckoning. His criminal trial resumes Sunday. Ghalibaf posted that Lebanon and the entire resistance axis are inseparable from the ceasefire. But J.D. Vance says Lebanon isn't part of it. This isn't a policy nuance. It's a fundamental contradiction about the terms of the deal the president announced. That's extraordinarily dangerous. The third is the death of Kamal Karazi, Iran's former foreign minister, senior advisor to the supreme leader. He died from injuries sustained in an April 1st airstrike that also killed his wife. He was a key contact for Pakistan's mediation effort. I've learned this the hard way. When you lose the people who carry the relationships that make negotiations possible, you lose more than a person. You lose a channel. The fourth is the military reality no one in this administration wants to talk about. The United States has lost 24 MQ-9 Reaper drones, 8 in April alone. That's roughly $720 million in hardware. The president says Iran has been conquered. The balance sheet says otherwise. And the fifth fracture is inside Trump's own coalition. He went after Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, and Alex Jones, calling them low IQ, losers, and worse. When a wartime president turns his fire on his own base, it tells you something important. The cracks aren't just abroad, they're at home. Now, I want to be careful here, because I know what it's like to sit in that chair. I know the pressure. I know the loneliness of decisions that affect millions of lives. And I would never pretend that being president is easy for anyone of any party. But precisely because I know what that job demands, I have to be honest about what I'm seeing. The first failure is the social media conduct. The President of the United States has been posting frantically, claiming Iran has been conquered.
No, if, Dave, you put that on a super chat or super sticker, you will not be soliciting conversations without putting it on a super chat or super sticker. Who the fuck you think you are? Yeah, not here, sir. I'm going to erase that for you, and you put it on a super chat or super sticker, or you shut your mouth. How about that? Y'all laugh at him because he came over here thinking he was finna clown us. You crazy? You think we sleep? No, we're not. Put it on a super chat or super sticker, or shut your mouth. Oh, okay. Okay, then shh. Yeah.
Threatening that if they don't make a deal, it will be very that affect millions of lives. And I would never pretend that being president is easy for anyone of any party.
No, I'm not.
Precisely because I know
I'm not playing
what
it off.
that job demands, I have to be honest about what I'm seeing.
And I don't know what that AIGJT means, so I'm getting that out of here
The President of the
too.
United States has been posting frantically, claiming Iran has been conquered, threatening that if they don't make a deal, it will be very, very painful. Meanwhile, Iran controls the Strait of Hormuz.
You have a good night as well,
I learned
Dave.
something early. Presidential credibility is a finite resource. Every time you say something that the world can see is not true, your words lose weight. And when you losers and worse. When a wartime president turns his fire on his own base, it tells you something important. The cracks aren't just abroad, they're at home. Now, I want to be careful here, because I know what it's like to sit in that chair. I know the pressure. I know the loneliness of decisions that affect millions of lives. And I would never pretend that being president is easy for anyone of any party. But precisely because I know what that job demands, I have to be honest about what I'm seeing. The first failure is the social media conduct. The President of the United States has been posting frantically, claiming Iran has been conquered, threatening that if they don't make a deal, it will be very, very painful. Meanwhile, Iran controls the Strait of Hormuz. When I was president, I learned something early. Presidential credibility is a finite resource. Every time you say something that the world can see is not true, your words lose weight. And when you need those words to prevent a war or hold a piece together and they don't carry weight anymore, people die. The second failure is the threat to destroy an entire civilization. I have studied the rhetoric of every American president going back to Washington. I cannot find an analog for a sitting president threatening the annihilation of a civilization on social media. Members of his own party, Congressman Moran, Senator Murkowski, said publicly that this is not who we are, that it cannot be excused as leverage, and they're right. Because that kind of language doesn't create leverage, it creates enemies. And it makes every moderate voice in Tehran who might want a deal politically unable to pursue one. The third failure, and in some ways the most strategically baffling, is the attack on his own media allies during a foreign policy crisis. Look, I went through impeachment. I prosecuted a military campaign in Kosovo at the same time. I never once turned on the people who were supporting me publicly. Not because I'm a saint, because I understood that in a crisis, you hold your coalition together. You don't burn it down. What we're watching is a president who is losing the ability to lead even the people who want to follow him, and that should concern every American. Now, this is the part I flagged at the beginning, the part that worries me the most. And it's not about Iran directly. It's about NATO. The president spent much of the preceding days threatening to leave NATO. He had a session with Secretary General Mark Rutte that was described by people in the room as nothing but a tirade of insults, not a negotiation, not a strategy session, a tirade. Let me tell you something about NATO, because I think sometimes people forget. NATO is not a social club. It is not a subscription service that you cancel when you're unhappy with the bill. NATO is the single most successful security alliance in human history. It kept the peace in Europe for 75 years. It deterred Soviet aggression. It stabilized the Balkans. It responded after September 11th. When I was president, I worked to expand NATO, to bring in Poland, Hungary, the Czech Republic, because I believe that extending that umbrella of security was the best investment in peace we could make. And now a president of the United States is threatening to walk away from it during a war. Here's why that connects to everything else. President Zelensky asked a devastating question. If there's a ceasefire with Iran, why isn't there one in Ukraine? Why is this administration keeping sanctions off Russia while fighting Iran? And there is a theory circulating now. Zelensky himself has suggested it, that the Iran war has functionally served Russian interests. It fractured NATO attention. It diverted American military resources. It spiked energy prices that fill Russian coffers. Now look, I'm not going to stand here and tell you that's definitively what happened, but I will tell you this. The fact that the question can credibly be asked that a sitting president's conduct has created conditions where serious people wonder whether American foreign policy is accidentally or deliberately serving a foreign adversary's interest. That is an institutional crisis. A well-run administration never lets that question even form. And right now, it's being asked in every capital in the world. We've got to talk about who actually won here. because there are two very different stories being told. The president says this is a total and complete victory. Iran's leadership says the United States accepted Iran's general framework. Both of these things cannot be true. So let's look at the facts. What did Iran get? A ceasefire that left the regime intact. De facto control over the Strait of Hormuz, the most strategically valuable choke point in the global economy. Their nuclear program's final disposition unresolved. Their regional allies, Hezbollah in Lebanon, the Houthis in Yemen, still operational. And the death of a former foreign minister turned into a rallying cry rather than a defeat. What did Trump get? A pause in the fighting, a temporary dip in oil prices, and a talking point. Now, I don't want to minimize the value of stopping the shooting. Any ceasefire that saves lives has worth. But when your adversary's parliament leader is posting on social media that time is running out with an hourglass emoji, and your adversary's foreign minister is openly mocking your vice president's negotiating position, that's not what victory looks like. Here's the concept I want to introduce: the war trap. A war trap is when a leader escalates himself into a corner where the only exit requires accepting terms he would have rejected before the escalation began. Trump's rhetoric, the civilization threats, the conquered claims, raised expectations so high that anything short of regime change looks like a retreat. And what he got is not regime change, it's a pause on terms Iran can credibly present as their own. And domestically, there's a trap too. His base is fracturing. His media allies are questioning the war. The economic damage from Hormuz disruptions and 720 million in lost drones doesn't vanish with a ceasefire announcement. He's caught between the promise and the reality, and that gap is widening every day. Now let me tell you what I think happens next, and I want to be straightforward. Nobody can predict the future with certainty, but based on what I've seen, both from inside the White House and from studying these situations for decades, I see three roads from here. The first road is that diplomacy holds. The 2-week ceasefire leads to substantive negotiations in Islamabad. A permanent settlement is reached. Nuclear guarantees, Hormuz fully reopened, a comprehensive regional ceasefire that genuinely includes Lebanon. That is the best case outcome. But I have to be honest with you. I give it a low probability. Not because peace is impossible, but because the fundamental disagreement over Lebanon hasn't been resolved. Key mediators like Karazi are gone, and the trust deficit between these parties is enormous. Iran's advisor Mohammadi warned that missiles are ready to fly if there isn't complete restraint in Lebanon. That's not the language of a party that feels the deal is holding. The second road is his base.
This is what would happen to your body if you ate mood sleep gummies every day. Day 1, you take your first gummy.
Base is fracturing. His media allies are questioning the war. The economic damage from Hormuz disruptions and 720 million
the Strait of
lost
Hamas
drones
is open. It's just not open to Israel and the U.S. What you talking about? It's open now. It's been open.
The promise and the reality. And
stop believing everything Trump say. It's been open. It's just not open to the U.S. and its allies. You know, and some of the allies have made deals. You must be new over here. What are you talking about? Don't come over here lying. I'm going to say it again. It's been open. It's just not open to Trump and Bibi Netanyahu because they started a war when there was no nuclear weapon. There is no weapon of mass destruction. I just showed y'all for how many centuries Bibi Netanyahu been wanting to start this war. Everybody else denied him except dumb Trump. There is no weapon of mass destruction. And the Strait of Hamas is open. So don't say it'll never be open again. It's open now. It's just not open to Trump or Bibi Netanyahu. So stop believing, stop drinking the Kool-Aid. Don't come over here if you're a Kool-Aid drinker. Because we don't tell lies over here. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I'm just saying, I'm going to say we're not going to tell stories. I'm hoping that God protects you and your family. Yeah, and it's sad because this was not our war. It is not our war. This is evil, pushed by Bibi Netanyahu and Trump. If he has sold his soul to the devil, I'm not gonna sugarcoat nothing because I'm a U.S. citizen. What's been going on is inhumane, and it's not of God. These people have made deals with the devil. And God bless you and everyone over there and our U.S. military who is fighting because they've enlisted to fight for our country. And this war is not have nothing to do with our country. So Trump is sacrificing our lives to be a part of a genocide. It's the bottom line.
That gap is widening every day. Now let me civilization threats, the conquered claims, raise the expectations so high that anything short of regime change looks like a retreat. And what he got is not regime change, it's a pause on terms Iran can credibly present as their own. And domestically, there's a trap too. His base is fracturing. His media allies are questioning the war. The economic damage from Hormuz disruptions and 720 million in lost drones doesn't vanish with a ceasefire announcement. He's caught between the promise and the reality, and that gap is widening every day. Now let me tell you what I think happens next, and I want to be straightforward. Nobody can predict the future with certainty. But based on what I've seen, both from inside the White House and from studying these situations for decades, I see three roads from here. The first road is that diplomacy holds. The 2-week ceasefire leads to substantive negotiations in Islamabad. A permanent settlement is reached. Nuclear guarantees, Hormuz fully reopened, a comprehensive regional ceasefire that genuinely includes Lebanon. That is the best case outcome. But I have to be honest with you. I give it a low probability. Not because peace is impossible, but because the fundamental disagreement over Lebanon hasn't been resolved. Key mediators like Karazi are gone, and the trust deficit between these parties is enormous. Iran's advisor Mohammadi warned that missiles are ready to fly if there isn't complete restraint in Lebanon. That's not the language of a party that feels the deal is holding. The second road is that the ceasefire collapses. Israel continues striking Lebanon. Iran declares the agreement violated. Hormuz closes completely. Oil spikes above $120 a barrel. And Trump faces the same impossible choice: escalate or back down. But this time with less credibility, fewer allies, and a coalition at home that's already splintering. This is the most dangerous road, And every hour that the Lebanon question goes unresolved, we move closer to it. The third road, and I believe this is the most likely, is a frozen conflict. The ceasefire is extended again and again, but never truly resolved. Iran maintains its practical control of Hormuz through coordination mechanisms. The war neither ends nor restarts in a definitive way. American military assets remain deployed. NATO continues to fray. Ukraine gets no ceasefire, no relief, and the economic and strategic damage accumulates slowly, like rust on a bridge. You don't notice it every day, but one day the bridge can't hold the weight. That third road is the most corrosive for American power because it doesn't produce a headline crisis that forces action. It just quietly erodes everything we've built over 75 years. Let me close with something personal. When I sat in the Oval Office during the worst moments, when we were making decisions about Bosnia, about Kosovo, about whether to strike or hold back, I always came back to one thought. The words of the President of the United States can start a war or end one. They can save lives or cost them. And because of that, every word has to be weighed. Every statement has to be grounded in something real, not ego, not a news cycle, not a social media post at 2 in the morning. I understood, and every president before me understood, Republican and Democrat alike, that the most important thing isn't winning the argument. It's keeping faith. Faith with the American people who deserve to know the truth about what's being done in their name. Faith with our allies who built their security on the assumption that America's word means something. And faith with the future, because the decisions we make in moments like this echo for generations. This is not about Republican or Democrat. I want to be very clear about that. There are legitimate debates to be had about Iran policy, about NATO burden sharing, about the future of the Middle East. I welcome those debates. I always have. But those debates require seriousness. They require honesty. They require leaders who can sit in a room with people they disagree with and find a way forward. Not leaders who threaten civilizational annihilation on social media and then insult their own allies when things go sideways. Here's what I believe about America. We have survived bad decisions before. We survived Vietnam. We survived the failures of Iraq. But we only survived those things because eventually, sometimes too slowly, sometimes at great cost, the American people demanded better. They insisted that their leaders build rather than destroy, unite rather than divide, and tell the truth even when it's hard. We're not there yet, but we can be. We've got to be. Because the world is watching, and right now they're not sure what they see. Let's show them. Let's show them the America I still believe in.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure thing.
How much do you spend on groceries per week?
Like 150.
Y'all, please hit the like button. I'm gonna move to another Clinton, but I need for y'all to hit the like button. Naturally Nolans is giving the chat directions. She's asking that you put all your questions and comments on a super chat or a super sticker. Please pay attention. She's the mod that's in control right now.
No, but I do it.
Okay, you've been warned. You have been warned. Let's go to this one.
Now look, I want you to sit with me for a minute. Just
hit the like
sit
button.
With this. Today is April the 10th, 2026. As I speak to you right now, there is a fragile 2-week ceasefire between the United States of America and Iran, brokered not by our closest allies, not by NATO, not by the United Nations, but by Pakistan. Peace talks are beginning today in Islamabad. Vice President Vance is heading there with what the White House calls clear guidelines. 40 days of war are behind us. American soldiers have been killed. Thousands of Iranians are dead. The Strait of Hormuz, through which a fifth of the world's oil flows, is barely open. And yesterday, while all of this hangs in the balance, the President of the United States went on Truth Social and declared, and I'm quoting, "Because of me, Iran will never have a nuclear weapon." Now, on the surface, that sounds reassuring. It sounds like strength. It sounds like the kind of thing every American would want to hear. And I'll be honest with you, preventing Iran from having a nuclear weapon is a goal I share and every president since Jimmy Carter has shared. But the story behind those words and what comes next is far more complicated than a social media post can hold.
It's the dollar
Because in that
sign.
same message,
It's a little box at the bottom that has a dollar sign on it. Once you hit that, it'll take you to the super chat or super stickers.
And most inaccurate in the world. A day earlier, he lashed out at Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, and Alex Jones, people who supported him. His own Pentagon reportedly confronted the Vatican after Pope Leo called this an unjust war. And we'll come back to all of that in a moment. Because what happened before those words were typed matters just as much as the words themselves. Let me tell you something. You cannot understand where we are today unless you understand the road that brought us here. And more importantly, the road we chose not to take. In 2015, under President Obama, the United States led the negotiation
repeating the same thing?
JCPOA, the Iran nuclear deal. It wasn't perfect. I said so at the time. But it did something essential. It froze Iran's nuclear enrichment, put international inspectors on the ground, and gave diplomacy a fighting chance. In 2018, President Trump withdrew from that deal. He called it the worst deal ever.
Lies.
He imposed what he called maximum pressure. And for years, Iran responded by expanding its nuclear program, enriching uranium to higher and higher levels, pushing closer to weapons-grade material. Now here's where you have to pay very close attention. By early 2026, a new round of indirect negotiations was underway in Oman with Steve Witkoff as envoy. The Omani foreign minister said on February 28th, the very day the strikes began, that a breakthrough had been reached. Iran had reportedly agreed to stop stockpiling enriched uranium and reduce enrichment. Diplomacy wasn't some abstract dream. It was working right then, in real time. And then on that same day, February 28th, 2026, the first day of Ramadan, U.S. and Israeli strikes began. Nearly 900 strikes in the first 12 hours. I negotiated with adversaries my entire presidency. North Korea, the Middle East peace process, the Balkans, and I learned this. You don't abandon a negotiation that's producing results unless you've decided that war was the goal all along. And this is where things start to get complicated. We've got to remember something. In a democracy, facts are not optional. They're the foundation everything else rests on. So let me walk you through what actually happened in these 40 days. The U.S. and Israel launched massive joint strikes beginning February 28th. Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei was assassinated in a targeted operation. Senior military and political officials were killed alongside him. Iran retaliated, striking U.S. bases, hitting Bahrain, Kuwait, the UAE, Saudi Arabia, and Israel. At least 13 American service members were killed. Over 370 were wounded, and those numbers kept climbing. On the Iranian side, the death toll runs from roughly 2,000 to potentially many times that, depending on whose count you trust. The Strait of Hormuz was effectively shut down. Oil prices surged past $100 a barrel, with dated Brent approaching $130. The Pentagon spent at least $18 billion and then requested, listen to this number, $200 billion more from Congress. Now the president says Iran's military and nuclear capabilities are battered. And yes, serious damage was done. But here's what that same Wall Street Journal he's attacking reported. U.S. officials and allies say Iran still retains significant capability. A new supreme leader, Mujtaba Khamenei, the old leader's son, has been installed. And the IAEA, the UN's nuclear watchdog, said before this war began that Iran had no structured program to build nuclear weapons, no evidence of one. So we bombed the country that wasn't building a bomb. And now, the central irony is that we may have given them the strongest reason they've ever had to build one. And that's the part the president's Truth Social post doesn't mention. Here's the honest truth. The words a president speaks or types during wartime carry a weight that most people never fully appreciate until things go wrong. When President Kennedy navigated the Cuban Missile Crisis, every public statement was measured to the syllable. When President Bush, George H.W. Bush, a man I respected deeply despite our differences, ended the Gulf War, he deliberately avoided triumphalism because he knew gloating would cost us allies and complicate the peace.
Did y'all hear him when he said we bombed a country that was not building a bomb?
Painstakingly
We bombed a country that was not building the bomb. It was all a lie. All a lie.
And political officials were killed alongside him. Iran retaliated, striking U.S. bases. Results, unless you've decided that war was the goal. And Alex Jones, people who supported him. His own Pentagon reportedly confronted the Vatican after Pope Leo called this an unjust war. And we'll come back to all of that in a moment. Because what happened before those words were typed matters just as much as the words themselves. Let me tell you something. You cannot understand where we are today unless you understand the road that brought us here. And more importantly, the road we chose not to take. In 2015, under President Obama, the United States led the negotiation of the JCPOA, the Iran nuclear deal. It wasn't perfect. I said so at the time. But it did something essential. It froze Iran's nuclear enrichment, put international inspectors on the ground, and gave diplomacy a fighting chance. In 2018, President Trump withdrew from that deal. He called it the worst deal ever. He imposed what he called maximum pressure. And for years, Iran responded by expanding its nuclear program, enriching uranium to higher and higher levels, pushing closer to weapons-grade material. Now here's where you have to pay very close attention. By early 2026, a new round of indirect negotiations was underway in Oman with Steve Witkoff as envoy. The Omani foreign minister said on February 28th, the very day the strikes began, that a breakthrough had been reached. Iran had reportedly agreed to stop stockpiling enriched uranium and reduce enrichment. Diplomacy wasn't some abstract dream. It was working right then, in real time. And then on that same day, February 28th, 2026, the first day of Ramadan, U.S. and Israeli strikes began. Nearly 900 strikes in the first 12 hours. I negotiated with adversaries my entire presidency. North Korea, the Middle East peace process, the Balkans, and I learned this. You don't abandon a negotiation that's producing results unless you've decided that war was the goal all along. And this is where things start to get complicated. We've got to remember something. In a democracy, facts are not optional. They're the foundation everything else rests on. So let me walk you through what actually happened in these 40 days. The U.S. and Israel launched massive joint strikes beginning February 28th. Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei was assassinated in a targeted operation. Senior military and political officials were killed alongside him. Iran retaliated, striking U.S. bases, hitting Bahrain, Kuwait, the UAE, Saudi Arabia, and Israel. At least 13 American service members were killed. Over 370 were wounded, and those numbers kept climbing. On the Iranian side, the death toll runs from roughly 2,000 to potentially many times that, depending on whose count you trust. The Strait of Hormuz was effectively shut down. Oil prices surged past $100 a barrel, with dated Brent approaching $130. The Pentagon spent at least $18 billion and then requested, listen to this number, $200 billion more from Congress. Now the president says Iran's military and nuclear capabilities are battered. And yes, serious damage was done. But here's what that same Wall Street Journal he's attacking reported. U.S. officials and allies say Iran still retains significant capability. A new supreme leader, Mujtaba Khamenei, the old leader's son, has been installed. And the IAEA, the UN's nuclear watchdog, said before this war began that Iran had no structured program to build nuclear weapons. No evidence of one. So we bombed the country that wasn't building a bomb. And now, the central irony is that we may have given them the strongest reason they've ever had to build one. And that's the part the president's Truth Social post doesn't mention. Here's the honest truth. The words a president speaks or types during wartime carry a weight that most people never fully appreciate until things go wrong. When President Kennedy navigated the Cuban Missile Crisis, every public statement was measured to the syllable. When President Bush, George H.W. Bush, a man I respected deeply despite our differences, ended the Gulf War, he deliberately avoided triumphalism because he knew gloating would cost us allies and complicate the peace. When my administration intervened in Kosovo, we were careful, painstakingly careful, about what we said and when, because we understood that presidential words set expectations with our allies, embolden or restrain our adversaries, and define the space for future diplomacy. Now compare that to what happened on April 9th, 2026. The president went on Truth Social and wrote, "Because of me, Iran will never have a nuclear weapon." He dismissed concerns about oil, with or without the help of Iran. He attacked the Wall Street Journal's editorial board. A day earlier, he attacked Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, and Alex Jones, calling them losers. His own Pentagon reportedly told Vatican officials the military can do whatever it wants after Pope Leo called the war unjust. This isn't gossip. This is evidence of a leadership style that prioritizes personal narrative over institutional coherence. When I sat in the Oval Office, I learned that the hardest thing about being president isn't making the decision. It's being honest with the American people about what the decision didn't solve. A declaration of never leaves no room for nuance, no room for diplomacy, and no room for the truth that this crisis is far from over. Let me tell you something that keeps me up at night. America's greatest strategic asset, the thing that has made us indispensable for 80 years, is not our aircraft carriers or our nuclear arsenal. It's the fact that when we give our word, it means something. When we sit down at a negotiating table, the other side believes we're negotiating in good faith. Think about what happened here. The Omani foreign minister, a man representing one of our most trusted mediators in the Gulf, announced that Iran had agreed to stop stockpiling enriched uranium. A breakthrough, he called it. And within hours, the bombs started falling. The Omanis later said they believed Israel pushed the U.S. into war when a deal was possible. What does that signal to every future adversary or partner about the value of negotiating with America?
Down with Trump.
Then there's the legal and constitutional
Thank you, Naturally
dimension.
Norland. Let me read your
The
message.
IAEA said there was no evidence of a structured weapons program.
Okay,
The
we
war's
have-
justification shifted.
Okay, we have, thank you, Naturally Norland. Your message says, okay, we have 1.7K. Well, now it's 2,000, 2K. Views in here, and views are not matching the likes. Please take the time to hit the thumbs up, or there's 3 dots at the top right corner. Hit those dots and hit the thumbs up. Thank you so very much for your support. 100, not 100, 100%. We greatly appreciate it. Support the platform. I'm up late in the midnight hours. I'm changing up my regular schedule to bring the tea to you guys at night, to bring the truth to you guys late in the midnight hour. Please support the platform. Please, I greatly appreciate it. Hey, Jason. Hi, Rashida. Okay, let's go. Do I need to back it up a little bit? I just start where I stopped. Y'all tell me what. Do I need to back it up or resume? What do y'all want me to do? Talk to me. Talk to me quick. Do all you need to do. Okay, let's just back it up a little bit, okay? Support the platform. Hit the like button. Come on, y'all. I'm going to pause a little bit so we can get the likes up because Naturally Norlands is watching. She's watching with her good eye. She is the mod on duty right now. She got my back, baby. She is not playing with y'all. Hit that double tap. If you're on your phone, just go just like this. Let me see. Boom, boom. And the thumbs will go up. Come on, let's keep it going because she will tell it. Let's go.
The Omani foreign minister, a man representing one of our most trusted mediators in the Gulf, announced that Iran had agreed to stop stockpiling enriched uranium. A breakthrough, he called it. And within hours, the bombs started falling. The Omanis later said they believed Israel pushed the U.S. into war when a deal was possible. What does that signal to every future adversary?
What did he say?
Mediators in the Gulf announced that Iran had agreed to stop stockpiling enriched uranium. A breakthrough, he called it. And within hours, the bombs started falling. The Omanis later said they believed Israel pushed the U.S. into war when a deal was possible. What does that signal to every future adversary or partner about the value of negotiating with America? Then there's the legal and constitutional dimension. The IAEA said there was no evidence of a structured weapons program. The war's justification shifted from preemption to regime change to oil security to nuclear prevention. Legal experts have described the strikes as raising serious questions under both U.S. law and international law. And this 40-day war, costing American lives and tens of billions of dollars, was conducted without a formal declaration of war from Congress. That's not a technicality. That's the Constitution. And our alliance structure. Gulf states that hosted our bases were hit by Iranian retaliation. NATO was drawn in through Turkey and Cyprus. European and Asian allies dependent on Gulf energy are watching their economies strain. We are spending our credibility recklessly. And credibility, unlike ammunition, cannot be replenished with a $200 billion supplemental request. Now look, I've been in politics long enough to know that you can't separate foreign policy from domestic reality.
It wasn't our war. It wasn't our war. We haven't been asking people to fight for us for umpteen years. Please don't come in here, EK, Edward Arlington. Do not come in here lying. I will put you out. We have not been asking to go to war with Iran for 3-4 decades. So I'm gonna tell you one more time. Put your comments on super chats or super stickers. Put all your disagreements on super chat or super stickers. Yeah, I'm finna do it like that again. Cause soon as you started that bull crap, other people jumped back in. Put your debates on the super chat or super sticker. Nobody wants to take ownership. I'm gonna play it one more time. Where Bibi Netanyahu, from umpteen years, have been asking several presidents, trying to convince them with the same lie of weapons of mass destruction. And the only person that has been whining, crying, begging is Bibi Netanyahu. That's the only one. Nobody else has been begging. Okay, well, we gonna hear it come out of his mouth, and we gonna shut you the fuck up. How about that? You gonna sit back and listen. You gonna shut the fuck up and listen, or leave. Yeah, you're not gonna come over here and lie. Only person who believe that crap is the devil worshippers. Yeah, that's it. We're not gonna sit over here and lie. Starting 1995, he's been documented. Get your ass from over here with all of that bull crap late, early in the morning. Boy, please. Child, please. You better grow up. Yeah, we don't pass lies. We just don't lie for the sake of it. Let me go out and come back in, boy. Boy. Yeah, boy. You got a boy mentality. Yeah. You better grow up. I don't know how old you are, but don't come over here.
Is gearing up to produce 25 bombs.
He been lying, crying, whining, begging. Wasn't strong enough as a fake. You're not even a country. Or like old boy said, they not even a country. Yeah, you just on stolen land. You paid for some land and called it a state. And a state. Yeah. You ain't even man enough, strong enough. Your military ain't about shit but blowing up Lebanon and small places. You ain't gonna do nothing to nowhere big. You gonna beg the U.S. We'll put money in your pocket. Yeah, you gonna trick them with money. You gonna bait them with money. That's all you good for, is baiting them for money. And I'ma say it loud, and I'ma say it proud. I think your ass is dead. Dead. I think they got a clone standing in the place for you. Yeah. Cause them little make-believe ass people they have grinning. Hell, one of them didn't even know they were supposed to be angry. Hell, he's smiling at everybody. Would you like a piece of coffee? Hi, yeah, yeah. Look at the native land. Look at the ground. Look at the grass. Look at our playful and he ha ha. Yeah. So let's be clear. Starting right here, 1995. You can't say. Hold on. You can't say it's nobody but Bibi Netanyahu. Cry you. I want to be by you. Yeah. Yeah, it ain't nobody but him. He been hollering about a nuclear weapon for how many years? 30. The fuck you mean? You get your ass up out of here with your lying ass. 30 goddamn years. Iran has been just weeks away from a nuclear weapon for 30 years. And only dump that fell for it for 100 mil plus all them little other additives. It's dumb Trump. So let's be clear.
Producing alone, without importing anything, nuclear bombs within 3 to 5 decades. Ladies and
95.
Time is running
1996.
Iran is gearing up to produce 25 bombs, atomic bombs a year. 250 bombs in a day. They're very close. They're 6 months away
12.
from being about 90% of having
90%
uranium for an atom to do it.
Iran is so dangerous.
50. Oh my God, what are we going to do? Weeks away.
For an entire arsenal of nuclear bombs.
They have
18.
The wherewithal, the stored up, preserved knowledge.
They have.
To make a bomb very quickly. If
they have the wherewithal. But they haven't. You don't like the fact that they can if they want to, but they haven't. You starting wars on speculations on how you feel. If it was me, what I would do. See how this been going on? For year after year after year after year after year. And they still have not produced a weapon of mass destruction. But your paranoid, scary ass, you are afraid that what God said in his word will happen, and you're trying to stop it because you think you God. Because you think you God. They don't come over here with that foolishness and think I'm not going to check you, boo. Because I'm going to check you. I'm going to check you right when I see it. And I was finna hop my ass in some hot bubble bath, ginger, something energized. And some said, girl, go over there and look, see what's going on. And he thought he had slipped a Mickey. Yeah, no. Get your ass up out of here. He been doing this shit
to make a bomb very quickly.
For years.
If not stopped, Iran could produce a nuclear weapon.
If not stopped.
Away from having the fissile material for an entire arsenal of nuclear bombs.
They have the wherewithal, the stored up.
No, who got it is China. Why you ain't good with China? Huh? The North Korea people. They now what you got to say about them? Oh, that ain't where you trying to be. Oh, that's not the Holy Land. Oh, that's not God's chosen. Oh, okay. That ain't your problem. It's just they can't have it, but China can. Is that what you're saying? You don't make no sense. You trying to steal. You trying to awaken. You trying to disturb God's grace, God's work, purpose, and His plan. Yeah, y'all trying to awake. Now all of a sudden, all you see is giants. Enoch. Yeah. What's that? The fallen angels. Y'all trying to awake some things. Y'all trying to claim land. You trying to go and prepare a place for the devil in your legions so that you can say you beat God at his own game. Boy, I see you. I see you, devil. You're a lie and the truth ain't in you. And I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. So y'all don't come over here thinking I'm not going to check y'all.
They have the wherewithal, the stored up, preserved knowledge to make a bomb very quickly if they wanted. If not stopped, Iran could produce a nuclear weapon in a very short time. It could be a year. It could be within a few months. Iran will be capable of producing alone without it.
Would be. Yeah, we are losing our military men and women because of some clown talking about coulda, woulda, can, if they want to, have the capability, have the wherewithal. You want their natural resources. You're a deceiver. He took his tail between his legs like a dog, like a mud puppy. Like a mutt.
Ladies and gentlemen, time is running out. Bomb. Iran is gearing up to produce 25 bombs, atomic bombs a year, 250 bombs in a day. They're very close. They're 6 months away from being about 90% of having the enriched uranium for an atom to do it.
Iran is so dangerous. Weeks away from having the fissile material for an entire arsenal of nuclear bombs.
They have the wherewithal, the stored up, preserved knowledge to make a bomb very quickly if they wanted. If not stopped, Iran could produce a nuclear weapon in a very short time. It could be a year. It could be within a few months. Iran will be capable of producing alone, without importing anything, nuclear bombs within 3 to 5 decades. Ladies and gentlemen, time is running out. Bomb. Iran is gearing up to produce 25 bombs, atomic bombs a year, 250 bombs in a day. They're very close. They're 6 months away from being about 90% of having the
July dance. Now back this up a little bit.
The IAEA said there was no evidence of a structured weapons program. The war's justification shifted from preemption to regime change to oil security to nuclear prevention. Legal experts have described the strikes as raising serious questions under both U.S. law and international law. And this 40-day war, costing American lives and tens of billions of dollars, was conducted without a formal declaration of war from Congress. That's not a technicality. That's the Constitution. And our alliance structure. Gulf states that hosted our bases were hit by Iranian retaliation. NATO was drawn in through Turkey and Cyprus. European and Asian allies dependent on Gulf energy are watching their economies strain. We are spending our credibility recklessly. And credibility, unlike ammunition, cannot be replenished with a $200 billion supplemental request. Now look, I've been in politics long enough to know that you can't separate foreign policy from domestic reality, not in a democracy. The American people don't experience war as a strategic abstraction. They experience it at the gas pump, in the grocery aisle, and in the faces of their neighbors whose kids are deployed. The CPI report coming out today is expected to show inflation rising back above 3%, the first full month reflecting wartime oil prices. Gas has topped $4 a gallon. Oil was over $100 a barrel even after the ceasefire was announced, because the Strait of Hormuz is barely functioning. Only a handful of ships are getting through each day, compared to over 100 before the war. And analysts are warning that oil hoarding and insurance costs will keep prices elevated for months, ceasefire or not. The Wall Street Journal's editorial board, the same one the president attacked, predicted that Trump, under pressure from congressional Republicans, will extend the ceasefire past the November midterms. In other words, the victory framing is also a political strategy. And then there's this. At least 50 new accounts on Polymarket made substantial wagers on a U.S.-Iran ceasefire in the hours before it was announced, pocketing enormous profits. When war decisions in financial markets intersect without accountability, public trust doesn't just erode, it collapses. Meanwhile, the president is attacking the very coalition that elected him. When Tucker Carlson and Alex Jones are being called losers by the man they championed, it tells you the political foundation beneath this victory is a lot less stable than the rhetoric suggests. And the American people are the ones paying the price at the pump and in their faith in the system. We've got to remember that history doesn't stop when a president declares it's over. So let me walk you through the three roads ahead as I see them. The first road, a real deal emerges from Islamabad. Iran agrees to verifiable nuclear restrictions. The strait reopens fully. Oil flows normalize. The ceasefire becomes permanent. Now, I want to believe that's possible, but the BBC reports huge gaps between the two sides' positions, and Iran's 10-point proposal includes maintaining control of the Strait of Hormuz. Only a handful of ships passed through yesterday. The distance between where we are and where we need to be is vast. The second road, the ceasefire collapses. Iran plays for time, as the Wall Street Journal predicted they would. And the president faces a choice between resuming strikes or appearing weak. Oil markets panic. Israeli strikes in Lebanon are already straining the truce. The conflict escalates and potentially draws in more regional and global actors. The third road, and I believe this is both the most likely and the most dangerous, is a frozen conflict. Neither war nor peace. A heavily damaged Iran nursing deep resentment. A new supreme leader consolidating power in the shadows. Mojtaba Khamenei hasn't been seen in public since his appointment. And here is the cruel paradox. The lesson Tehran draws from this war may not be that nuclear weapons are unnecessary. It may be exactly the opposite, that only a nuclear deterrent prevents a devastating attack. North Korea learned that lesson. Libya learned the opposite lesson. And look what happened to Gaddafi. So I ask you, has this war made a nuclear Iran less likely, or has it made it inevitable? That's the question that never doesn't answer. Let me close with this. I have spent my life believing in the promise of this country, not because America is perfect, but because America at its best is honest about its imperfections and brave enough to fix them. Our strength has never...
Brad, this is not a Democrat or Republican thing. Put your super chats, super stickers. Put your comments on a super chat or super sticker. It's a $ box at the bottom. Hit it. Put it on a super chat or super sticker. I'm going to remove your comments until you do so.
Been purely military. It has been moral, diplomatic, institutional, and economic. It's been the fact that we build coalitions, not just drop bombs. That we exhaust diplomacy.
See, you can tell something is wrong with you because you can't follow instructions. Did you hear what the fuck I said? Now, the next time you put something there, I got a treat for you. Put it on a super chat, a super sticker, or shut your mouth. Stop typing and just sit back and listen. See, I got to talk to you ignorant because you feel entitled to do opposite what the fuck I said do.
What happened to Gaddafi. So I ask you, that only a nuclear deterrent prevents a devastating attack. North Korea learned that lesson. Libya learned the opposite lesson. And look what happened to Gaddafi. So I ask you, has this war made a nuclear Iran less likely, or is a frozen conflict? Neither war nor peace. A heavily damaged Iran nursing deep resentment. A new supreme leader consolidating power in the shadows. Mojtaba Khamenei hasn't been seen in public since his appointment. And here is the cruel paradox. The lesson Tehran draws from this war may not be that nuclear weapons are unnecessary. It may be exactly the opposite, that only a nuclear deterrent prevents a devastating attack. North Korea learned that lesson. Libya learned the opposite lesson. And look what happened to Gaddafi.
You are so funny.
So I ask you, has this war made a nuclear Iran less likely, or has it made it inevitable? That's the question that never doesn't answer. Let me close with this. I have spent my life believing in the promise of this country, not because America is perfect, but because America at its best is honest about its imperfections and brave enough to fix them. Our strength has never been purely military. It has been moral, diplomatic, institutional, and economic. It's been the fact that we build coalitions, not just drop bombs, that we exhaust diplomacy before we reach for force, that we tell the American people the truth about the costs of war, and that we let Congress, the people's representatives, decide when their sons and daughters go into harm's way. Now, I want to be fair. Preventing Iran from developing a nuclear weapon is a legitimate and critically important goal, and it is shared by both parties. I have never wavered on that. But the means matter as much as the ends. Whether we exhaust diplomacy first, whether we tell the truth about what was achieved and what wasn't, whether our allies trust us, whether we build something that lasts or simply declare victory and move on. It's like building a house. You can knock the old one down in a day, but building one that stands, that takes patience, honesty, and cooperation. We didn't get that here.
Nope.
America has corrected course before, after Vietnam, after Iraq. We've looked in the mirror, reckoned with hard truths, and come back stronger. We can do it again, but only if citizens stay engaged, demand accountability, and refuse to accept slogans as substitutes for strategy. The question isn't whether we're strong enough to start a war. We always have been. The question is whether we're wise enough to build the peace. And that's the question that will define this moment, not a post on social media.
Okay, I got one more of him, but I'm going to jump to Candace so that I won't lose track of her. Let me get to Candace. Natural knowledge, you say, I tried to... You say, I tried to be... Okay, here we go. Put it on Super Chat Snoop sticker. Okay, let me get to Candace before I... Okay, let's go, Candace.
If you have SNAP or Medicaid, you may qualify for a free iPhone or Samsung, plus up to 10
and what you seem to have.
We have a secret
She said I ain't even supposed to be on Friday. I'm supposed to be on vacation. I'm supposed to be doing Charlie Kirk research, and you had the nerve, the gall, and the audacity to bring me, Tucker, everybody who been having your big back ass up in here on some bull crap. And y'all, please don't let me forget about Melania, because there is also another pattern. This one right here. I got a live set for him too. Yeah. Trying to appeal, trying to get out. Cause one thing is for sure, whether we realize it or not. Florida and its child trafficking, all of what's been going on in West Palm Beach, Miami, all of that that's tied to the cult, it's him. You know, the Diddy stuff. So yeah, I know he want to get out of jail. I know that. I understand that. But what's his name? Oh boy, Palm Beach, Pete. She coming out talking. Oh please, yeah. Diddy trying to get an appeal. Yeah, and once it's when I really show y'all this right here, they all together. Trump and Diddy, Melania, Jeffrey Epstein, Melania. Yeah, she up in there. She up in here, up in here. Y'all gonna make me lose my mind. Up in here, up in here. So the ghost of Jeffrey Epstein, Palm Beach Pete, all of that. Michael Wolff. You know, Michael Wolff and what's his new name? Palm Beach Pete. They cool. Yeah. So don't let me forget now. Okay? Don't let me forget. I got all of that up in here. Up in here. It's finna get stinky. Y'all ready? Y'all ready? Let's see what Candace is talking about, girl. Make me laugh. I heard you calling pow pow. Pow pow. Let's go.
Right, I'm obviously supposed to be off this week, but obviously I needed to come back because I wanted to address Mr. President Donald Trump. He has obviously arrived at a moment, and I just wanted to hopefully these words will get to him. So I'll just say that. Dear Mr. President Trump, I've always been a fan of gladiator movies. I have watched them all countless times. Everybody who watches this podcast knows that. And when I consider what it is that I am so drawn to, like, is it the actors? Is it the storyline? Yeah, in part, of course. Who could deny, like, the performance of Russell Crowe in the first film? But above all of that, the characters, the script, there sits this sort of incontrovertible truth that I am absolutely fascinated by, which is the fragility of empires, right? What is it ultimately that collapses an empire? What makes an emperor weak or an emperor strong? I think more to the heart of the matter, the question is, what is it that makes a king or an emperor feel threatened initially, right? The setup of every movie is always the same. You have the wealthy elites, the politicians perched above a coliseum, slaves fighting to their deaths beneath, all for their distinct entertainment, obviously. And then comes the inevitable narrative flip. Suddenly, the elites and their scribes and the senators, they perceive a threat. And when does that happen? That's actually not a rhetorical question, Mr. President. I know the answer. It is when a slave begins to command the crowd. Every single time, without fail. That's when the politicians begin to feel worried. And what is of particular interest to me about that moment is that the slaves, on their end, they never desire the seats of the politicians, right? They just want to have their most basic needs met. In most circumstances, they'd happily would serve some sort of structure of governance forever if their basic needs could be met, but it's proven to be a historical impossibility, right? Inevitably, we arrive at the moment of political extravagance, the fabled let them eat cake moment. They just can't stop, right? There can be absolutely no truth between a master and his slave for that reason. The nature of the relationship forbids it. And I think about this a lot now, very often, mostly in the context of our late mutual friend, Charlie Kirk. I think to myself, when was the exact moment that Charlie Kirk understood that he was not truth between a master and his slave for that reason? The nature of the relationship forbids it. And I think about this a lot now, very often, mostly in the context of our late mutual friend, Charlie Kirk. I think to myself, when was the exact moment that Charlie Kirk understood that he was not free? that he had money, and that he had fame, but he did not actually have freedom. You know, between you and I, whoever it was that made the decision to kill him was correct in their assessment that he was indeed a threat. Because Charlie Kirk could command a crowd. He could. He was capable of that. So much so that he actually, if you think about it, he's been dead for 7 months, and the crowd still moves on his behalf. That's incredible. That is real power, Mr. Trump. You should ask yourself, how did he achieve it? I would offer it's because he never sat above, perched, looking down at the slaves, right? Charlie understood how movements were built, and more crucially, how they were sustained. Someone actually said to me shortly after his death that Charlie was a maestro. He understood that every instrument was needed to command an orchestra. The strings, the woodwind, the brass, the percussion, all very different sounds, but he could hear them each brilliantly, each section. And at various times, he would conduct one sound above the other, more flute, less violin, more cello. Alex Jones, Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, different instruments, to be sure. But only a fool, or someone under the express direction of one, could have thought to hit send on what you published on Truth Social last night. And I think that we should read it together, Mr. President, shall we? Okay, here's what you wrote. You wrote, I know why Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, and Alex Jones have all been fighting me for years, especially by the fact that they think it is wonderful for Iran, the #1 state sponsor of terror, to have a nuclear weapon. Because they have one thing in common: low IQs. They are stupid people. They know it, their families know it, and everyone else knows it too. Look at their past, look at their record. They don't have what it takes, and they never did. They've all been thrown off television, lost their shows, and aren't even invited on TV because nobody cares about them. They are nut jobs, troublemakers, and they will say anything necessary for some free and cheap publicity. Now they think they can get some clicks because they have third-rate podcasts, but nobody's talking about them. And their views are the opposite of MAGA, or I wouldn't have won the presidential election in a landslide. Okay, let's park it there, right? Let's just chew on that portion right there first, because it is a stunning break from reality. So I'll ask the question, do you have any idea why it was, Mr. President, that your old tweets, the sentences you used to say, which were typically definitely insults back in 2015, but do you ever wonder why they worked? I can help you, right? It's because they were rooted in some element of truth, okay? So if you called Rosie O'Donnell unattractive, or when you said Hillary Clinton should be in prison, it played to the crowd because although many people thought it was inappropriate and beneath the dignity of a politician, it was based in truth. Right? Hillary Clinton's done some things. Now, you can call Megyn Kelly a great many things. I have definitely had my political disagreements with her over the years. Low IQ? Really? Tucker Carlson? Low IQ? Me? Low IQ? The three of us unsuccessful?
No.
I can help you, right? It's because they were rooted in some element of truth. Okay? So if you called Rosie O'Donnell unattractive, or when you said Hillary Clinton should be in prison, it played to the crowd because although many people thought it was inappropriate and beneath the dignity of a politician, it was based in truth, right? Hillary Clinton's done some things. Now, you can call Megyn Kelly a great many things. I have definitely had my political disagreements with her over the years. Low IQ? Really? Tucker Carlson? Low IQ? Me? Low IQ? The three of us unsuccessful somehow? When you write stuff like that, you just demonstrate nothing but your own irrationality. It just doesn't land. Nobody cares about them anymore. Really? You're the leader of the free world, and you're tweeting about us.
Right.
I think that means somebody cares. Actually, what nobody cares about anymore, and what you seem to have an inability to comprehend, is that traditional cable news no longer moves the needle. Cable TV is a dying medium. FDR, he used the radio, right? His voice, the fireside chats, it worked. It moved audiences when it was new. And when the world transitioned there, then suddenly it was the dawn of television, JFK's good looks on the screen that served him, and he used that. Once again, fast forward to today, and the world is technologically advancing. That you're launching insults at what you don't comprehend. Joe
Right.
Rogan is not going to do Fox News hits. Do you understand this? He is not trying to get on CNN. None of us are. I don't know how else to help you understand.
Dum dum.
You are quite literally mocking people because they comprehend something that you don't. Tucker Carlson is more powerful than you. Deep down, I
Absolutely.
think you know that, and I think you resent that.
Absolutely.
Which is proven by your next lines. Let's read on. You continue, MAGA agrees with me and just gave CNN a 100%
It will not be
approval rating of
televised.
Trump, not
Mocha.
hand-flailing fools like Tucker Carlson who couldn't even finish college. He was a broken man when he got fired from Fox, and he's never been the same.
He took
Perhaps
his own.
he should see a good psychiatrist. Okay. Obviously, Tucker Carlson is in his prime. The whole world understands that. That sentence, he couldn't even finish college. Are you aware that your base is comprised of blue-collar workers who never went to college? Many who never so much wanted to go to college, never dreamed it. The farmers, the ranchers, the plumbers, the electricians, the people who work with their hands. You now stick your nose up to all of those people? Do you know who else didn't go to college? Charlie Kirk didn't go to college. Those men, many, I would say, a lot of the men and women that you and Pete Hegseth want to send to their deaths in the Middle East, of them, probably most of them, didn't go to college. And let me be perfectly clear here when I say that each and every one of them is infinitely more smart and more capable than you and the people that you surround yourself with in this moment. But let's continue. The CNN says you got 100% support. You write, or Megyn Kelly, who nastily asked me the now famous only Rosie O'Donnell question, or crazy Candace Owens, who accuses the highly respected First Lady of France of being a man when she is not, and will hopefully win lots of money in the ongoing lawsuit. Actually, to me, the First Lady of France is a far more beautiful woman than Candace. In fact, it's not even close.
Four, please.
Meet Niles Knerr. He's the
you a
owner of Gurney's. They're a seed company, and they've been selling exclusive varieties since 1866. That's because store-bought produce isn't bred for flavor.
You finna get a treatment.
This Brigitte Macron, who did you write that sentence for? Not even Brigitte Macron and and will hopefully win lots of money in the ongoing lawsuit. Actually, to me, the First Lady of France is a far more beautiful woman than Candace. In fact, it's not even close.
Boy, please.
This Brigitte Macron.
This dude.
Who did you write that sentence for? Not even Brigitte Macron and Emmanuel Macron applauded that sentence, okay? They said, incroyable. Doesn't help. Sometimes propaganda, when it's too naked, actually just hurts the cause that it purports to support. Why are you, what is your obsession with Brigitte? This Brigitte Macron in the swimsuit, you think that you can command people, men, straight men, to suddenly think that Brigitte is hot? Did you date Jean-Michel Trogneau? Are you gay? Why are you so obsessed calling me from the White House? Stop talking about Brigitte. Is it a physical attraction truly that you had there?
He do like me. He do like
this
butt tucks.
Macron.
You know, he do. Yeah.
Who did you write that sentence for? Not even Brigitte Macron and Emmanuel Macron applauded that sentence. Okay, they said incroyable. Doesn't help. Sometimes propaganda, when it's too naked, actually just hurts the cause that it purports to support.
He do
Why
like a pickle tuck.
With Brigitte, this Brigitte Macron in the swimsuit, you think that you can command people, men, straight men, to suddenly think that Brigitte is hot? Did you date Jean-Michel Trogneau? Are you gay? Why are you so obsessed calling me from the White House? Stop talking about Brigitte. Is it a physical attraction truly that you had there? Back when he was better looking, I suppose? Did you sleep with him when he was a man? Do you think people care? To your point about, I hope she wins money since it's all you see. Gold. Not even close. This Brigitte Macron,
I told you
who
he
did you
was
write
going to
that
get a
sentence for? Not
treatment.
even Brigitte Macron and Emmanuel Macron applauded that sentence, okay? They said incroyable. It doesn't help. Sometimes propaganda, when it's too naked, actually just hurts the cause that it purports to support. What is your obsession with Brigitte? This Brigitte Macron in the swimsuit, you think that you can command people, men, straight men, to suddenly think that Brigitte is hot? Did you date Jean-Michel Trogneau? Are you gay? Why are you so obsessed calling me from the White House? Stop talking about Brigitte. Is it a physical attraction truly that you had there back when he was better looking, I suppose? Did you sleep with him when he was a man? Do you think people care? To your point about, I hope she wins money since it's all you see, gold, shekels. Do you think your base cares when the subject matter is children that are being statutorily raped by their supervisors? Do you understand that no one in MAGA, in true MAGA, cares about money above truth and protecting children? Did you connect that dot when we revolted against you saying, what about the Epstein files? That seems to be a theme with you. Protecting people who harm children. Why do you keep doing that? Why do you want people to be sued for standing up to that class? We continue. Let's go back to your message conclusively, right? Or bankrupt Alex Jones, who says some of the dumbest things and lost his entire fortune as he should have. It's all about money for you, Trump, isn't it? For his horrendous attack on the families of the Sandy Hook shooting victims, ridiculously claiming that it was a hoax. These so-called pundits are losers, and they always will be. Now, fake news CNN, who you literally, you just cited as saying you had 100% support. So are they fake or are they real Trump? Now, the fake news CNN, the failing New York Times, and all of the other radical left news organizations are hailing them and giving them positive press for the first time in their lives. They are not MAGA, they are losers. Just trying to latch onto MAGA. As president, I could get them on my side anytime I want, but when they call, I don't return their calls because I'm too busy on world and country affairs. And after a few times, they go nasty, just like Marjorie Trader Brown, but I no longer care about that stuff. I only care about doing what's right for our country. MAGA is about winning and strength in not allowing Iran to have nuclear weapons. MAGA is about making America great again, and these people have no idea how to do that, but I do, because the United States is now the hottest country anywhere in the world. President Donald J. Trump. Was that written by Mark Levin, like when he was 6? Or who put this message together? The hottest country in the world because we're bombing kids for no reason? Because we just killed 150 schoolgirls for no reason? Because you guys just lied about 6 of our servicemen who died?
Hi. This is really hard for me to do.
And they had to leak that to CBS News? That you were lying about what was happening? Is that what makes us hot? Is Hot Girl Summer being led by Brigitte Macron? And people who attack people, other journalists, for telling the truth? What's going on? Who put this message together for you and hit send? You're citing CNN, but you're also dissing CNN for having produced certain polls. I don't know. You just told us that we couldn't get on CNN, but now you're saying that we have good coverage on CNN. You're all over the place. It seems like you can't put together a coherent thought. Let me tell you something, and this is just reality, okay? Going back to just the rules of the jungle. Okay, let all the politicians and advisors around you evaporate for just a moment. Just you and me, ready? People will not fight beside, behind, or for someone who is fundamentally disloyal, okay? If disloyalty and deceit is in your nature, then I highly suggest that you combine it with silence. You can be what you are, but I would advise you do it quietly, Trump. Because MAGA is no longer commanded by you, and you know it. You know it. You belong to the Epstein class. That is your legacy now. People will see your name on buildings, whatever was agreed upon in those boardrooms, Jared Kushner, Trump, Gaza, hotel, whatever you tweeted, so crass. They will see that. You will earn that. And then when they see it, they will think about how many children had to die or be raped by men on islands so that you could stick the Trump name upon a building. And for clarity, Mr. President, that's not my fault. That's not Megyn Kelly's fault. That's not Tucker Carlson's fault. You made that trade. You chose money above respect. And what an absolute shame that you chose to do that toward the end of your life, okay? Because you can't take money and things and stuff with you when you go. Just your soul. Another gilded ballroom? Let me be perfectly clear when I say this. Charlie Kirk, he died free. You will most certainly die a slave, okay? You are in chains right now, and the entire world can see that perfectly. At best, what you can hope for in this moment is that maybe one day upon the college campuses that you so deeply cherish, they'll teach all about your now tarnished legacy as the perfect modern day example of Plato's allegory of the cave. You familiar with that one? The prisoner chained in a cave. Multiple prisoners chained in a cave with a fire burning behind them, mistaking shadows on the wall for reality. And when one of those prisoners escapes and makes it outside of the cave and into true daylight and sees, oh wait, that's not reality, and they return and they try to tell the other prisoners, no, there's truth and there's actual reality outside, they fight that person. They don't believe it. They call that person crazy. That's you. You are chained inside of a cave right now. And who's making those shadows on the wall, right? At best, the annals of history, I think within them you will be relegated to a philosophical discussion. The madness of President Trump. People will ask, who made Mr. Trump believe the shadows on the wall were real? The professor will chide the class, and in essays, students will cite the example of the man who was once considered a leader of a movement, suddenly reduced to sitting on the side in the Situation Room at the White House while the leader of a foreign country, Benjamin Netanyahu, stands above him, convincing him that Iran represents an imminent threat which can be crippled within weeks. Now the students in that class will be mystified. It will be such a compelling examination. Good discussion. Bibi is your master. Maybe it's Miriam Adelson that lights the fire, Bibi that makes the shadows on the wall. But the entire world recognizes that now. And though I highly doubt that you will be permitted any opportunity to see what the crowd now thinks of you, I have to do my best to try. So here you are. Take a listen.
I don't know who's whispering into this guy's ear, like freaking Grima Wormtongue from Lord of the Rings, but they're telling you wrong stuff, bro. Half of the people that I grew up with in this movement are not on Ben Shapiro and Mark Levin's team, okay? We aren't neocons. We aren't war hawks. We want America first. And if you make me choose between America first and MAGA, it's America first all day. That's what MAGA was supposed to be. You were just the best vessel for it, bro. Don't get it twisted.
But as bad as he is, as corrupt as he's gotten, the insider trading, all of it, I'm really glad he's differentiating and saying, you're not with me, because I'm not with you. I don't want to be at your cool, corrupt kid, Howard Lutnick, Jeffrey Epstein class table. Thank you so much for delineating that I'm not with you, a sinking, burning ship. He wasn't loyal to his original mission. He wasn't loyal to America, and he became a creature of Israel and Benjamin Netanyahu, and all of his never-Trumper enemies are now the courtiers with the madness of King Lear, telling him the lies and worshiping him the way he wants to hear it, and I am not one of those people.
This proves one of many things. The first thing, he shouldn't be in office anymore. Implement the 25th. He's not loyal to this country, and he's not loyal to anybody. Well, except for that little country in the Middle East. It's almost like he does what he's told. And the last president to tell that little country no was JFK, and we all know what happened to him. It's like Donald Trump. How can you call them losers when you lose to Bibi Netanyahu in Israel every single day? When's the last time you told them no to anything?
He said Brigitte Macron is far more beautiful than Candace Owens.
All I can say is he's been blind.
That's all across the internet. Take your pick, left and right. People understand that message was really your basket of deplorables moment. I mean, even on Truth Social, your very own platform, they've turned on you. Let's go through just some of these responses, okay? What? You are way out of line. Most of these people, especially Alex Jones, have been your day ones. That's correct. Just to remind you, Trump, when no one would have you on, when no media company would have you on, Alex Jones had you on his show. The person continued, you need to take a step back and take a good hard look at who is whispering in your ear and get back to America first. Next person, Trump, you are just going against everyone that fought for him to win just because of the Epstein files and being at war with Iran for Israel. They didn't leave MAGA, MAGA left them. Clearly you are insane. Time to resign, Donald, or face the 25th. You are mentally and emotionally unfit to be POTUS. You are so childish. Clearly, the truth has triggered you, being one of your biggest supporters. I am done with you and your lies. Look at the mess that you have gotten our country into by bending the knee to a monster. I could go on, but I have to say that when I was looking online, in my view, what was the most brutal and sadly a recurring response all across social media was this.
This isn't meant to scare you, but just this year, we've already seen brutal winter storms, rolling blackouts, and water system failures across the country. All it takes is one outage for life to change fast. Because when things go bad, like really bad, there are three things your family needs most: power, food, and clean water. That's why our team of emergency preparedness experts built something completely different. So if the unthinkable happens, you're not stuck waiting for help that may never come. Introducing the brand new Silver Star Survival Package from 4 Patriots. Inside the Silver Star Survival Package, you'll find a covert, all-in-one solar briefcase generator. The Alpha Case Elite. It's fume-free, whisper-quiet, and safe to use.
Take a look at this tweet about Charlie. People were saying that Charlie would be on this list if they hadn't killed him. Like I said, many people said that in different ways. Charlie would be on this list if they hadn't killed him. So you should probably take a second to fully absorb what is being implied there. What is being implied there is that there is no truth and there is no loyalty within you. And for that reason, I genuinely pity you. I am not angry. I am not upset. I don't want to rant at you. I believe you are in a situation that I would never want to be in. Surrounded by advisors who hate you to their core. But they understand you. They know how to insulate you. They know how to watch you and encourage you to self-destruct because they perceive you as weak. And weakness is a means for them to fulfill their own ends. Sadly, you've now lived long enough to become everything that you once claimed Hillary Clinton was. Respectfully. We'll be right back after a brief break. All right, you guys, thanks to you, last year, Preborn helped to rescue over 80,000 babies, and today you can help save even more. Every single day, there are thousands of women that are hearing the same devastating lie that abortion is their only option, that they're alone, and that there's no hope. But everything changes the moment that a mother in a crisis walks into a Preborn Network clinic and sees her baby on an ultrasound and hears her baby's heartbeat for the very first time. That one moment doubles her chance of choosing life, because she realizes that there is a life growing inside of her, and it's not a problem that needs to be solved, but a human life that needs to be protected. So let's be there for her in that beautiful moment with love, prayer, and support. For just $28, you can provide 1 life-saving ultrasound, and $140 provides 5 ultrasounds and 5 chances for life. This year, we can make it the biggest baby-saving year in history. Take a stand, be bold, speak for those who cannot speak for themselves. To donate, dial pound 250 and say the keyword baby, or visit preborn.com/Candace. Again, that's preborn.com/Candace. I also want to tell you guys about Pure Talk, because Pure Talk was one of the very first companies that ever endorsed me almost 5 years ago now. I wanted to work with a wireless company that shares my values. Pure Talk is veteran-led, so helping veterans is their North Star. They donated over $500,000 to America's Warrior Partnership, which is a fantastic organization that is on the front lines of preventing veteran suicide, and Pure Talk creates American jobs with a U.S.-only workforce. Sure, it would be a lot cheaper to send jobs overseas like other companies do, but they are committed to delivering the best experience possible for their customers. I love Pure Talk service. They give you the same towers, the same network, the same 5G coverage as one of the big guys, but for just a fraction of the cost. I choose to do business with a company that aligns with my values, supporting veterans every single day and creating American jobs. So make the switch today. Go to puretalk.com/Owens. Again, that's puretalk.com/Owens. You know, there's just something about men when they don't keep their word, right? It's like women can be catty, but when men are wishy-washy and they stab people in the back, it hits different. And CNN, actually, which I guess Trump is watching for their polls, their reliable polls, put together a pretty brutal montage of Trump. Take a look at this.
I just mentioned the name of a woman who I saw the other night on television just rip some poor idiot apart. Megyn Kelly is here, and she's doing... Come up here, Megyn. By the way, I'm having a great time up here. Are you having a good time? Say, is he the greatest interviewer? Candace Owens, I watched her and I saw her coming. I said, you know, I'm pretty good at star power. I'd say, that's a star. I just want to finish by saying your reputation's amazing. I will not let you down. You will be very, very impressed.
So the obvious question is, what or who changed Donald Trump, right? How does one go from making friends with people, fighting beside people, promising, being very explicit in his guarantee, promising no new wars, right? No new wars in the Middle East. We're going to lower gas prices, to suddenly insider trading, right? That looks like that happened recently. Never ending wars. We're everywhere fighting all the time, and we're never being told, no one's articulating a reason as to why we're going down to Venezuela, why we're speaking about Greenland, and all of a sudden, oh, okay, here, we are going to Iran, despite the fact that nobody wants to go. Not even the people in the armed services. They don't know. Everybody is saying there's no need to do this, and yet he does it, right? Who is guiding that? Megyn Kelly is asking the right questions on Piers Morgan. Take a listen.
And so what led Trump, at 79 years old, to sit in there in that Situation Room when Bibi Netanyahu was seated as an equal?
Yeah.
Trump didn't even sit at the head of the table. Trump sat at the side of the table, and Bibi was across from him as an equal in the American Situation Room. What led him to sit there and buy what that guy was selling, hook, line, and sinker, when every other president was able to see through that liar? What was it? Because he was told the next day by our own top advisors, from the chairman of the Joint Chiefs to the Secretary of State to the Vice President, that these are lies and that these objectives are not going to be attainable. Don't believe him.
Well, Megyn, I think Tucker actually has the right idea. So he published this letter, and I'm going to read it. He writes, he's in a tough spot, referring to President Donald Trump. Establishment media never reports this, but the Israeli government has a storied history of blackmailing U.S. presidents. Perhaps the most jarring example occurred in the 90s when Israel used recordings of Bill Clinton, Monica Lewinsky, phone sex sessions as leverage to pressure Clinton into releasing convicted spy Jonathan Pollard from prison. We are not joking, that really happened. The phone sex story is worth remembering as President Trump attempts to end the Iran war. Like many other things Israel has done, it shows that America's special ally is willing to play very dirty to achieve its goals. Dark money, campaign contributions, extortion, physical threats, and even assassination.
Cook Unity is the first chef-to-you meal delivery service made up of 70 chefs. Every week, award-winning chefs make hundreds of globally inspired meals for many kinds of diets with real ingredients, nothing artificial, in real, actual kitchens. They're also delivered fresh, not frozen, so all you gotta do is heat them up and you're good to go. Through a weekly subscription, you can pick from an ever-changing menu. You got 7 different filters for different kinds of diets, paleo, vegan, gluten-free, whatever you need. The subscription is really flexible. You can skip weeks, you can pause weeks, or you can just cancel if you're not feeling it anymore. So if you want great meals delivered right to your door, head on over to cookunity.com. Get 50% off of your first order.
If you got a virus on your computer, pretty sure it's my fault. I click on all sorts of Get rich quick? Yes, please. Lose weight without working out? Duh, I want that. Single farmers want to meet you? Yup. You get a virus. You get a virus. You get a virus. You get a virus. I know I shouldn't click on all this, but it's my guilty pleasure.
Nope, not in our house. Malware bites.
In their anti-Christian worldview, the end always justifies the means. They have no issue destroying lives. Israel's current top priority is making sure Operation Epic Fury does not stop. They know the U.S. fighting their war for them is the best chance of expanding their borders and becoming a global superpower, and a peace deal would foil their plot. Based on the country's past, its leaders are doubtlessly willing to push as hard as necessary to ensure the bloodshed continues. That could mean Clinton-style blackmail against Trump or something far more morbid. We do not know for sure whether that is happening, but the mere possibility is haunting enough to keep the president up at night. He is under a level of pressure that most people cannot fathom, with rabid Israel firsters viciously harassing him anytime he dares to stray even slightly from their favorite country's agenda. Their shameless pursuit is steadfast enough to make even a man like Donald Trump go mad. They are as persistent as any group in history, no matter how well the White House has treated them in the past. They are never grateful, they always want more, and they refuse to give the president even an inch of breathing room. It is an unrelenting full-court press. We decided to write this after Trump published a Truth Social post attacking our company, Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, and Alex Jones, each of whom supported him for years. Rather than engaging in petty name-calling, we want to give the president some grace. He is facing a level of pressure that is dark enough to make him abandon his campaign promises and morph into the precise kind of politician he once vowed to destroy. He would not have let that happen unless his personal stakes were really high. We hope he overcomes. It's very kind of them. It is good to have grace. Like I said, I don't feel angry at him. You can't be angry because there was nothing that landed. There was no truth in what he posted. Ironically, being posted on Truth Social. Who's going to be upset about Brigitte Macron is hot? There's something that is so fundamentally childish about what he published. Everybody who disagrees with me is low IQ. People can see which way the wind is blowing on this. And I do want to comment and share something that I hadn't shared before. And
is a groomer.
I don't know if it means something,
She's a
but
massage.
it's something that has always lived inside of me, which was something that Charlie Kirk told me before he passed, and something that Andrew Colbert confirmed to me.
No
this is again
information
when
before
everybody
10
was
years
good,
old. What
and
does that mean?
obviously things are not the same between me and Andrew Colbert, because I don't believe him. I just don't believe him. But before it was announced that Miriam Adelson gave Trump $100 million. This was, I think it was announced in July, or just before July of 2024. And I was told by Charlie that he and Andrew Colbert were present for that meeting with Donald Trump. And the reason that Charlie told me the story, and again, I could go back and try to figure out when exactly the discussion happened. I want to say it was May. So I knew that money went through, and I knew what she wanted in exchange for $100 million. What Charlie and Andrew Colbert told me was that she said that she wanted in exchange for Trump to allow them to annex, not Gaza, but the West Bank. I was stunned by this. I think it has since made the news. But of course, this is like a totally different pretext.
Are y'all still? Oh, ain't nobody been hitting the like button or nothing? Please like, share, and subscribe. I done took a hot bubble bath, come back, and ain't nobody hit the like button. What we doing? Woo, baby, when I tell you that bath right there, whoo, was good and hot. I had to soak. Auntie B, you just finna pause right there with, yeah, when the tea she was finna tell y'all some really good tea. Absolutely. I stopped and paused right there. Right there, right there, right there. Not right there, right there. Yes. Please hit the like button. I don't know how many times I gotta tell y'all that. Yeah, she was fin to expose some really good tea. Yes, indeed, Haunty. Yes, indeed. Hello. Hello, Carlos. Hello. Hello. Baby, that tea was about to get hot up in her. Just about as hot.
Vaginal suppositories.
Some suppository.
It's like putting chapstick on your forehead and hoping that it
Oh,
reaches your...
no. Baby, listen.
Where two judges.
And I don't know if I should have used this. Where's my little old lamp? Y'all still ain't hit the like button? Okay. Let's go. Baby, listen. It may have been too late, way in the midnight hour, but I thought y'all needed to see what I was bathing. I used it as some bubble bath. My knee, my injury was starting to hurt. So I need to put my copper sleeve back on. And I said, okay, well, go ahead. Right now is the best time. But baby, let me show y'all. And it's plant-based. So y'all know I love that. Auntie Fee, you just finna stop right here. Yes, I am. Y'all stop hitting the like button. What we doing? A tit for that. Auntie Fee, you titting for tat. Yes, I am. Look at her. Can y'all see that? Baby, this is some of the best plant-based method body. Not expensive at all. Well, it done went up on price. But good stuff, plant-based. Energy boost, baby. Body wash. Can y'all see? Plant-based. What's in it, though? Let me tell y'all what's in it. For that boost. It has citrus, ginger, and sea buckthorn. Energy boost. Body wash. Plant-based cleanser. Plus good vibes inside. Baby. Baby. When I tell you, are my lights up? It feels good. I'm going to wait a little minute before I put all that oil on my body because I just want this citrus smell to linger. Energy boost. Energy boost. Where my lights at? Okay, I need 4 more people. For now. Or we can talk. I got some other flavors too. But baby, this feels good right here. Woo! Y'all kept hearing me say, ooh, oh, ooh, ooh, ooh. Yeah, elbow, ooh, ooh. And I use my magnesium flakes. Ooh, I needed that. Y'all ready? Oh no, I need 3 more. Double tap the face of your phone if you're on your phone, or hit those 3 dots at the top right corner. Oh, I'm looking at it over there. Y'all really couldn't see it, could you? I don't know why y'all can't see why it look blurry. Okay. Oh, okay. Well, y'all came on with it. Method body, okay. They came on with it, baby. Let's go.
Tense on October 7th. Hamas is not in the West Bank, and that is what she wanted in exchange. Well, that confirmed to me.
Now, y'all do remember when Bibi Netanyahu was wanting the West Bank, and he was telling them no, and he made that deal with Qatar, and Qatar gave him that airplane. Well, now he gave him the airplane to be able to build the military air force in Idaho. But they also wanted the West Bank, and they made a deal with the West Bank. Where did you get that from? Walmart? I tried the it was another one. Scooter had it. He brought it home from school. I thought it was braided for me. When I saw plant-based on the boo, I tried that and I was like, ooh. But yeah, so that's a new one. But I get it from Walmart. But I think other places have it too. I just can't remember where. Amazon, you can get it from Amazon too. I ordered a deodorant. I'm waiting for a deodorant to come since it's plant-based. You have to show me again the name. Method Body. I don't know why it's not showing. There you go.
Everybody was good.
It was too high up. Can you see
Obviously,
it now?
things are not the same between me.
Hold on. I'm trying to do it right. Can you see it? I don't know if it's the little lighting I have right here. Hold on. No, that's not it. Well, can you see it? I don't know why you can't see it. Child. Maybe I got too much in it. Can you see Method Body? They have a Zen. I like the Zen. Okay. I like this one and Peony. I think are the ones so far my favorite. I got another one in there. I don't think I like it as much as these. Citrus Bliss or something. Okay, let's go.
And I do want to comment and share something that I hadn't shared before. And I don't know if it means something, but it's something that has always lived inside of me, which was something that Charlie Kirk told me before he passed and something that Andrew Colbert confirmed to me. This is, again, when everybody was good, and obviously things are not the same between me and Andrew Colbert because I don't believe him. I just don't believe him. But before it was announced that Miriam Adelson gave Trump $100 million, this was, I think it was announced in July or just before July of 2024. And I was told by Charlie that he and Andrew Colbert were present for that meeting with Donald Trump. And the reason that Charlie told me the story,
try to Zen
I
too.
Go back and try to figure out when exactly the discussion happened. I want to say it was May. So I knew that money went through, and I knew what she wanted in exchange for $100 million. What Charlie and Andrew Colbert told me was that she said that she wanted in exchange for Trump to allow them to annex not Gaza, but the West Bank. I was stunned by this. I think it has since made the news. But of course, this is like a totally different pretense than October 7th. Hamas is not in the West Bank, and that is what she wanted in exchange. After she said this to Trump, Trump went wherever Charlie was. Trump was adjusting his tie and looking in the mirror, and he said, I'm going to take her money, and then I'll F her over.
Oh, wow.
We just screwed up inventory so bad, we're dumping $200 knives for $20.
He gonna take her money and up her over. Oh, wow. I can't. Oh, wow. That's some of that fake meat. Oh, my God.
I am hearing that Charlie and Andrew Colbert told me was that she said that she wanted in exchange for Trump to allow them to annex not Gaza, but the West Bank. I was stunned by this. I think it has since made the news. But of course, this is like a totally different pretense than October 7th. Hamas is not in the West Bank, and that is what she wanted in exchange. After she said this to Trump, Trump went wherever Charlie was. Trump was adjusting his tie and looking in the mirror, and he said, I'm going to take her money, and then I'll F her over. Okay. I am hearing this from Charlie, who's there first person, and Andrew, who confirmed this. Andrew was also there. That nobody else was there but Andrew and Charlie when Trump said this. A few weeks later, there was the Butler attempted assassination. And I find it very strange that Donald Trump is not interested, or has appeared to be completely disinterested in determining who fired that shot. There were a lot of holes in that story. I didn't go down that rabbit hole. But I do know that once you assume office and you have the power to get more information and put more information out there, it's weird that he was satisfied just moving on from that. And I do remember watching Don Trump Jr. on stage when someone sort of prodded him on that and like, you know, are you satisfied with the conclusion of what happened in Butler? That Donald Trump Jr. kind of said, I'm not, but my father is, and that's that. Like it just kind of got hushed up. And I had wondered in my mind if it got back to me that Trump said that, if it maybe got back to the Adolphs that Trump said that. You don't take $100 million from a family of, I would say, gangsters, right? You're in gambling. It's not exactly an industry. We're talking about Sheldon. That's where they made the money on. You don't take that kind of money and then express to people that you're planning on just screwing the person over. Like, I just had a lot of questions about that. And it all transpired very quickly. And I just wanted to share that, especially in the context of Tucker saying we should have some grace, and clearly something happened, and presidents have been assassinated in the past, and I do think that we have all noted this shift in him since Butler, Pennsylvania. Again, that is all I know. Not pointing the finger or assigning any blame, but I think we all have questions about how quickly Trump wanted to sort of
wherever the soaps is where the soaps are.
And I will leave it at that. We know
liquid soaps and stuff.
In many ways that Trump has done various deals with various kinds of
devils. Oh, wow.
He is definitively surrounded.
I don't think it was real.
Lunatics, one of them being Laura Loomer.
I just don't think it was real. But I don't know how to process that. I don't think it was real. And then he turned around and started doing business with them again. And then tried, Roger, and then tried to, what he did, he sold it to the West Bank to Qatar. And Bibi Netanyahu was pissed. So they didn't try to take him out again. Somebody got him scared right now, but I think some of this is the ghost of Palm Beach Pete. As well as, you know, the threats from all these foreign countries. He just got too many people wanting to take him out right about now. There goes the other one. Before I resume, Naturally New Orleans. Here go the green one. Daily Zen. And this one has cucumber, seaweed, and green tea. Here go the other one. It's hard to see these orange ones. This one says Island Mist Body Wash. It has hibiscus, mango nectar, and passion fruit. You see it? Can you see it? The other one, I don't have it anymore, but I like that one too. I like the Zen the most. The ginger energy. I really like this. The green one, the Daily Zen. I probably should have used this one this late in the morning, early in the morning. But yeah, there they go. And they over there with the body washes. Yeah, you can't take 100 mil from people and think I'm just gonna take their money. So y'all know not too long ago he was all up in her ass saying, "Oh, I think she likes Israel more than she likes the U.S." or if she didn't say anything. And yeah, he was all up in her ass. But he think he can hustle in and everybody, so he got it. Thank you, Kachia. That's a pretty name, Kachia. But that ain't how they work. Okay, so let's go.
Satisfied, just moving on from that. And I do remember watching Don Trump Jr. on stage when someone sort of prodded him on that, and like when Trump said this. A few weeks later, there was the Butler attempted assassination. And I find it very strange that Donald Trump is not interested, or has appeared to be completely disinterested in determining who fired that shot. There were a lot of holes in that story. I didn't go down that rabbit hole. But I do know that once you assume office and you have the power to get more information and put more information out there, it's weird that he was satisfied just moving on from that. And I do remember watching Don Trump Jr. on stage when someone sort of prodded him on that, and like, you know, are you satisfied with the conclusion of what happened in Butler? That Don Trump Jr. kind of said, I'm not, but my father is, and that's that. Like, it just kind of got hushed up. And I had wondered in my mind if it got back to me that Trump said that, if it maybe got back to the Adolphs that Trump said that. You don't take $100 million from a family of, I would say, gangsters, right? You're in gambling. It's not exactly an industry. I'm talking about Sheldon. That's where they made the money on. You don't take that kind of money and then express to people that you're planning on just screwing the person over. I just have a lot of questions about that. And it all transpired very quickly. And I just wanted to share that, especially in the context of Tucker saying we should have some grace, and clearly something happened, and presidents have been assassinated in the past. And I do think that we have all noted this shift in him since Butler, Pennsylvania. Again, that is all I know. Not pointing the finger or assigning any blame, but I think we all have questions about how quickly Trump wanted to sort of
like this
close
is
the
new
book
for him. It's
on Butler,
not.
Pennsylvania. And I will leave it at that. We know in many ways that Trump has done various deals with various kinds of devils. He is definitively surrounded by certifiable lunatics, one of them being Laura Loomer. And that's putting it mildly. I mean, she has been committed multiple times by her own family. She once chained herself to X, to Twitter headquarters. It's actually Twitter when she did this, and wore a yellow star. She's not even Jewish. If you ask her to produce a photo of her bat mitzvah, she cannot, because she was not bat mitzvahed and she is not Jewish. It's just something she's playing the part of. It's one of her many personalities. And she proudly promotes the fact that she is one of Trump's closest advisors. A certifiable lunatic is one of his closest advisors. And she yesterday proudly promoted the fact that she was behind his tweet last night to me and Tucker and Megan, but to Tucker Carlson in particular. Take a listen to her being braggadocious.
But the president has had enough of Tucker, and yeah, I'm just going to admit it. I send the president Tucker Carlson's clip so he can see the that he says about him. I do. And I want that Tucker Carlson to know that I'm the one who knifed him from the front. I want him to know. I'm not talking about physical violence, physical knifing, but yeah, I'm the one that sent the president all your Tucker, because he deserves to see the fact that you are lying about him, and you are smearing him, and you are saying the most vile things about our country and our president, and you are creating so much chaos. You're going to cause the Democrats to take the House and the Senate, and you are endangering our national security by whitewashing this barbaric death cult ideology known as Islam.
How is somebody else is going to get somebody to take
Tucker, there are people out there who
the Democrats? No, it's y'all performance.
Take your drivel and take your bullshit
to the president.
It's your evil.
But the president has had enough of Tucker and yeah, I'm just. It's actually Twitter when she did this.
Wow.
And Yellow Star, she's not even Jewish.
It's everybody else's fault that they're not going to win.
She cannot.
Not their poor performance, though.
And she's not Jewish. It's just something she's
She a
playing a part of.
gypsy.
It's one of her many personalities. And she proudly promotes the fact that she is one of Trump's closest advisor.
Girl, please.
The certifiable lunatic is one of his closest advisors. And she yesterday proudly promoted the fact that she was behind his tweet last night to me and Tucker and Megan, but to Tucker Carlson in particular. Take a listen to her being braggadocious. But the president has had enough of Tucker and yeah, I'm just going to admit it. I send the president Tucker Carlson's clip so he can see the that he says about him. I do. And I want that Tucker Carlson to know that I'm the one who knifed him from the front. I want him to know. I'm not talking about physical violence, physical knifing, but yeah, I'm the one that sent the president all your Tucker, because he deserves to see the fact that you are lying about him and you are smearing him and you are saying the most vile things about our country and our president, and you are creating so much chaos. You're going to cause the Democrats to take the House and the Senate, and you are endangering our national security by whitewashing this barbaric death cult ideology known as Islam. So I just hope that he knows that, yes, Tucker, there are people out there who actually have the courage to take your drivel and take your bullshit to the president and to stand up against you. I don't know who Tucker Carlson thinks he is. He thinks he's so popular. Even President Trump today called him out and said he's like a third-rate podcaster. I don't know why Tucker Carlson thinks he's so special. He's not. He's not special. He is endangering the lives of Christians, of Catholics, of Jews, and all non-Muslims in the way that he continues to whitewash this death cult ideology and the way that he continues to incite violence against evangelicals and Jewish Americans and even the president himself.
Hey, it's Ashley with 4 Patriots. We're in a bit of trouble. To put it plainly, we need to clear out some space in our warehouse.
One of his top advisors, ladies and gentlemen. But what more can we say other than to present it? I think by now the majority of Americans understand that the true death cult is Israel. You can't fill them to the brim with enough murder. It is very clear what the Likud government is. They are murderous.
Weird,
they
agent.
have a particular knack for murdering children. I truly believe that they celebrate it. I've seen videos of them celebrating it. They love the idea of the water being turned off, they're poisoning people in Lebanon. And if you're wondering with what, pay attention, Maha moms. Remember when the Monsanto thing, Trump went back on phosphorus and Monsanto. Well, that was because Israel needed it to poison people in Lebanon. That's the reality of the circumstances that we live in. Everyone was betrayed. Trump, I don't even believe Trump today would get the support of Jewish Americans. The majority were Jewish Americans. I got to tell you, my inbox is getting pretty filled to the brim of people who are Jewish Americans, rabbis even, who write me and say, you are right about Sabbatianism and Frankism, and the Likud party is not at all, it's not a reflection. We have been fighting this battle for decades to get Jewish Americans and Jewish people worldwide to recognize that there is a cult that is claiming to be Jewish, and they are not, and that they are emerging. It's very clear who they are. The way that they respond to death is not natural. It is unnatural. The way they celebrate it, the way they crave it, it's never enough. They like the idea of people dying, being torn apart from their families. It is like they are sacrificing it to a demon, because they are.
They are.
That's what a death cult is. They believe in sacrifices, and I will forever maintain that the first casualty of the Iranian war was Charlie Kirk. I believe he was sacrificed by this death cult. It's my opinion, and I am going to stick to that, despite the many threats to sue. Money isn't everything. In fact, it's almost nothing. It is nothing next to truth. I will say that there were a lot of things, when you just look at the people that are around him that are such maniacs, that were
very memeable. I think people were just saying, this is the end of MAGA. MAGA is dead. It had me feeling a little bit like Charlie Kirk. Like Erica Kirk. MAGA is dead. It's over. Not to be morbid. What are the merch sales? Where are the merch sales? We need merch. MAGA is dead. It's over. We do have some great merch right now. That's up on the website. I'll show you guys some of that. And of course, the nut jobs and troublemakers. We are third-rate podcasters. We are happy. But this is my new favorite. We dropped this. This is the new. It actually says MACA because I feel like that's the direction. We want to go back up to the green hat. That is the direction that we are heading into. Like it is. We need to make America Christian again. That is the vibe. That is what I sense rising. Is that there is just the Christian spirit of people that are just realizing they want nothing to do with the death cults. We are the four horsemen of MAGA. That should be.
Make America God again.
Fix that, by the way. That should say the four horsemen with an E, not horseman.
Make America God again. And God we trust. This up
pretty quickly, but yeah, we have a whole bunch of new merch that is available on the website. Anyway, you guys, we will be right back after a break.
Make America God again.
All right, you guys, do you owe back taxes? Or maybe you have unfiled returns, or you filed every year, but you still keep owing. Maybe you retired. Financing created the Smart Equity Loan, which it's for the record, my husband says you're more beautiful. Intact. There are no upfront fees to find out if you qualify, so call American Financing today at 800-795-1210. Again, that's 800-795-1210. Or visit AmericanFinancing.net/Owens. Again, that's AmericanFinancing.net/Owens. All right, getting into some of your comments from today's impromptu episode, I might add, this person writes, for the record, my husband says you're more beautiful than Brigitte Macron. He is also not into dudes. Yeah, I don't know if that's it was a weird flex, is what I would say. It was weird. Got to that point where I was like, this is getting weird, and I'm feeling uncomfortable. What is in those Epstein files? Because like I said, not even Brigitte Macron, the Élysée Palace was like, yes, that's a wit. It's just too crazy. Just way out there. Like that's not something that you can sell to a crowd, an audience, or to an individual. There's no one, even his most ardent Zio bees that are out there, they just are skipping over that part because it's too patently ridiculous.
Oh yeah. No.
Girl from 99 writes, thank goodness, for this special appearance today. We have missed our girl. I was laughing reading the absurd post when he said that wig-wearing E.T. look-alike ladyboy was prettier than you. You are beautiful, Christ is king. Maybe it's what he's into. I don't know what is in those files that has him so scared.
Hi, Mary here. We're giving away.
He's so scared, ain't it? You had me up on TV. They have me on the right day, okay? Okay.
But it's got to be something. Seven Sheets writes,
Thank you, me.
I can find happiness in seeing that you and many other great voices have become the news now. You bring us together, and establishment hates it. I'm here for it in faith and in prayer. Yeah, I mean, I'm so serious when I say it's like the future is just something else. I feel like that's why I'm wearing purple today. It's like the combo of red and blue. I'm just so over it. I am so over the left versus the right when you can just see the evil that is sitting atop all
none
of
that
us.
matters.
Sitting in the box, watching us just go at each other, fight each other to the very death. And who does it serve, actually? And so I am.
What is in the files, baby? It got old girl popping out saying, "Please don't believe the hype."
And that means that I will not support murdering people incessantly to fulfill some end that hasn't even been articulated to us. It's just like with the Greater Israel Project. Like they have to just keep killing people, and nobody really knows why. Outside of demons. Mr. Scorp writes, thank you for showing up today. 3-time voter for the ass hat in chief. Continue showing up with the facts. God bless and protect you and your family. Yeah, thank you. Look, a lot of us voted for him 3 times, and it's a difficult. People, do you regret it? No. I hope everyone has woken up to the fact that there wouldn't be a different conclusion because there was Democrat. They're just opposite sides of the same coin. And yeah, the politicians go into D.C., and they accuse us, they nickel and dime us on our tax taxes, so they can send money overseas, wash it, and give it back to themselves. They're beholden to foreign countries, the majority of them to
Wash it
Israel.
and give it back to
And
themselves. That's what's
there
going
just
on.
needs to be
And that's
a
what
real
Epstein
change,
was going to
a real
expose.
substantive change. Kim Kona writes, Candace, you were born for such a time as this. I never imagined I'd say the following words, but you are my hero. Thank you for having larger balls than Macron's husband and Trump combined. You made one of my worst days better. I'm sorry you're having, I don't want this to be your worst day. And I don't think that anyone should feel like mad at Trump, because that is such a worse condition to be in where he is at, right? Like you, I don't know, sort of made a deal with the devil because you wanted to be back into power, but actually you have no power, and everybody knows that. So we just get to watch you dwindle, you know? That's what it feels like. We're just watching the shrinking of a man, and all that's left is, I don't know, ranting like he's Mark Levin and being Mark Levin, yeah, this is what the crowd wants, and being
They've been
shown polls that
obliterated.
they're behind.
How many times
The
can you
100% support you, that is just so far removed from reality.
It's so many, I can't even say
that
it.
to me is like a life sentence, right? That's a prison of sorts. Sneeko, nice to have you here. He writes, Trump was Sleepy Joe all along. I don't even want to give him the excuse, though. I genuinely believe that Joe Biden had dementia, and at least he can say that, right? At least he can say that I had dementia. Trump shouldn't be handed that excuse. He didn't have dementia. He betrayed us, right?
Right.
In his right mind, he betrayed us, and he did it for more money, for deals, for the opportunity to be in the White House again, whatever it was, he sold us out.
He did it
We
on
just have to sort of
purpose.
sit with that and face that reality. Adriana, New Jersey writes,
No excuses.
Trump checked to see if
I
Candace
like
was on a
that.
break before
I
he
just like the
posted
fact that she's been
LOL,
straight
so happy
up
for
and
this live
honest. No excuses.
sentence, right? That's a prison of sorts. Sneeko, nice to have you here. He writes, Trump was Sleepy Joe all along. I don't even want to give him the excuse, though. I genuinely believe that Joe Biden had dementia, and at least he can say that, right? At least he can say that I had dementia.
About to iron my
Trump
clothes
shouldn't
and
be
go to
handed that excuse. He
Walmart.
didn't have dementia. He betrayed us.
Go to Strawberry
In his
Festival.
right
Oh,
mind, he betrayed
wow.
us, and he did it
Then to
for
take
more
care of
money,
my
for
mom.
deals, for
She
the
wants
opportunity
some
to be in the
strawberries.
White House again, whatever
Oh,
it
have
was.
fun.
He sold us out.
Thought you was
And we
going to
just have
say
to sort
that
of
you're going
sit
to
with
come
that
back
and
and make
face
a
that
strawberry
reality.
shortcake.
Adriana, New Jersey writes, Trump checked to see if Candace was on a break before he posted that. LOL, so happy
Courtney,
for this live.
just
I've missed you.
go
I do
after
feel
who
that
you
this
have
always
to.
happens when I'm on break. Like somebody will do
I don't know what you're
something
trying to
and
say,
call me out
Courtney.
by name when I am on break, and I'm like, okay, this is too much. Okay, this is like I'm starting to notice a little bit of trend. You guys keep playing, I'm never gonna go on break. Okay, don't want that. You guys do not want that. Breeze writes, mad respect that you have stayed the course with Charlie. I struggle keeping up with everything that they throw at us. I
Absolutely.
think that's intentional, but that's just me. Absolutely, you are correct. It is intentional. They kind of want this cycle of ADHD. Nobody's able to hold on to a thought or a story. They want to get you to move on. Look over here strategy. And I'm like, nope, this one really matters. This man was betrayed. And I believe he was
Absolutely.
close
Just
to the
like
people that he
the
helped to put
whole
into power.
United States was
And
betrayed
we are
for
seeing
money.
more and more of that. We've done incredible research.
Okay, I got the last one. Before I got a couple of little shorts. Y'all giving Trump hell, baby. I'm giving Trump the blues. Let me see this one.
Let's find out. Hey, that's ours.
Yeah, taking people's food.
Find out. Hey, that's ours.
Melania.
Have you been hurt by the comments that you're with him because he's rich?
You know, the people, they don't know me. People who talk like this, they don't know me.
Well, you don't see many
26-year-old supermodels on the arm of 53-year-old car mechanics.
You know what? You can't.
Hey, Robin.
You can't sleep or to hug or to talk with beautiful things, with beautiful apartment.
Girl, your accent should be gone. You've been over here all this time. I don't know why you still talking with a strong dialect. Hold on. So let me go back to Kennedy. Not Kennedy. Clinton.
And what you seem to have an inability to.
That was another one. Most people don't realize. Is this the one?
I've been there. But here's what I need you to understand.
Let me double check. Hold on. 10 hours ago. Okay, hold on. This the one we gonna end on, y'all. Can I get y'all to hit the like button? This is how we are going to end. Unless something else pops up. Let's go.
You know, I want to talk to you tonight about something that I think most Americans aren't paying enough attention to. And I say that with no disrespect, because I know people are worried about their grocery bills. They're watching gas prices climb every single week. They're trying to figure out how to make things work at home. I understand that. I've been there. But here's what I need you to understand. Right now, today, April the 10th, 2026, something is unfolding in Islamabad, Pakistan, that will shape American foreign policy, our constitutional system of governance, and the global balance of power for decades to come. And most people don't even realize it's happening. Vice President J.D. Vance is boarding Air Force Two as we speak, heading to lead the most consequential direct engagement between the United States and Iran since the Islamic Revolution of 1979. Now think about that for a moment. Since 1979, the most direct contact we'd ever had was when President Obama called President Rouhani in 2013. And even that was just a phone call. This is face-to-face. This is real. And I want you to pay attention. Not because I'm trying to score political points, not because I want to take a side, but because as a former president of the United States, I believe I have a responsibility to help people understand what's at stake when decisions of this magnitude are being made. Now, who's at the table, who's not at the table, and what was never voted on by your elected representatives in Congress, those details tell you more about this moment than any handshake or headline ever will. And we'll come back to that in a moment. But let me be clear right up front. This is not normal, and we should not treat it as normal. Now let me walk you through how we got here, because the chain of events matters enormously. On February 28th of this year, the United States and Israel launched coordinated military strikes against Iran. Operation Epic Fury, they called it. Those strikes killed Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, and they set off a war that has now raged for 6 weeks across multiple countries. Thousands of people have been killed. The entire Middle East has been destabilized. And here at home, Americans are paying the price at the pump every single day.
And the grocery store.
Iran responded by effectively shutting down the Strait of Hormuz, the narrow waterway through which 20% of the world's oil supply flows during peacetime. When that strait closed, global energy markets went into a tailspin. Brent crude surged past $120 a barrel. Gas prices in the United States saw their largest monthly jump in 60 years, 21.2% in March alone. The CPI report released just today shows inflation has spiked to 3.3%, driven almost entirely by energy costs from this war. That's not abstract economics. That is real pain for real families. The war spread to Lebanon, where Israel intensified its strikes against Hezbollah. Over 200 people were killed in a single day of bombing this week. And through it all, Congress, your Congress, the people's representatives, never authorized this war. There was no formal declaration, no vote. Democrats tried 4 separate times to pass a war powers resolution. Republicans blocked it every single time. That detail matters more than people think, and I'll explain why. What Pakistan did was remarkable. It positioned itself as a trusted intermediary, brokered a fragile 2-week ceasefire announced on April 7th, and set the stage for these talks. But a ceasefire is not peace, and these talks carry the weight of everything that's gone wrong. Now let me tell you something about how serious diplomacy is supposed to work, because what I'm about to describe is, frankly, a mess. The United States presented Iran with a 15-point framework. It demanded an end to all uranium enrichment on Iranian soil, the full reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, the dismantlement of Iran's proxy networks, Hezbollah, the Houthis, militias in Iraq, and strict missile limitations. Iran looked at that and called it maximalist. They rejected it. Iran came back with a 10-point counterproposal. It demanded U.S. non-aggression guarantees, international recognition of Iran's right to enrich uranium for civilian purposes, continued Iranian control over the Strait of Hormuz, including reports of $2 million transit fees per vessel, the lifting of all sanctions, and compensation for war damages. Now, here's where things start to get complicated. President Trump called Iran's 10-point plan a workable basis on which to negotiate. Those were his words. But then, within hours, his own team contradicted him. Vice President Vance said the original version was fundamentally unserious and literally thrown in the garbage. He dismissed the published version, suggesting it was written by ChatGPT and attributed to, in his words, a random Yahoo in Iran. The Persian and English versions of Iran's proposal reportedly differ on the critical enrichment clause. So you've got at least 3 different drafts floating around, the White House contradicting itself within the same news cycle, and Iran's parliament speaker, Kalibov, demanding that $120 billion in frozen Iranian assets be released before negotiations even begin. A precondition that appeared
don't do it for
in
them,
no
do it for me.
ceasefire agreement. Let me tell you something. When I was involved in the JCPOA framework,
y'all hit the like
the
button.
Iran nuclear deal that took years of painstaking work across multiple administrations. We had teams of career diplomats.
Y'all hit the like button. Naturally, New Orleans. Listen. She was going to pass out some memberships. But she said, y'all not even hitting the like button. So what good is that going to do to give y'all a gift if y'all can't hit the like button? Double tap the face of y'all screen and hit the 3 dots at the top corner right. and act right. Y'all just ain't got no type of home training. Hit the like button. Y'all just come in unfamiliar territories. It's like wipe your feet before you come up in here. Hit the like button. Or leave. We cool with y'all leaving. I promise you. Ask her. Are we cool with it if they not gonna hit the like button? You can't hit the like button. You can't support the platform. We rather you get your ass up out of here. Just like that.
Nuclear physicists, legal scholars, and negotiations even began. A precondition that appeared in no ceasefire agreement. Let me tell you something. When I was involved in the JCPOA framework, the Iran nuclear deal that took years of painstaking work across multiple administrations, we had teams of career diplomats, nuclear physicists, legal scholars, and intelligence professionals working line by line, word by word. That's how you handle this. Not with contradictory tweets and thrown away drafts. Now look, let me get to something that really concerns me. And I want to be careful here because I'm not questioning anyone's patriotism. I'm questioning the structure of this negotiation. Vice President J.D. Vance is leading the American delegation to Islamabad. He's a man who served honorably in the Marines, served 2 years in the United States Senate, and has been vice president for a little over a year. But let me be direct. He has limited diplomatic experience. He has never been involved in negotiations of this magnitude. He said so himself. His words were, quote, "My key role was I sat on the phone a lot." He's joined by Steve Witkoff, President Trump's special envoy, and Jared Kushner, the president's son-in-law. Now, the Iranians have indicated through multiple channels, according to Reuters and other reporting, that they specifically wanted Vance at the table. They view him as the most anti-war figure in Trump's inner circle, someone more inclined to negotiate in good faith. That tells you something important about the dynamic.
They don't want
and here's
war.
Who's not there. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, the nation's top diplomat, is conspicuously absent. There's been no announcement of career Foreign Service officers, regional experts, intelligence briefers, or legal advisors on the delegation. Compare that to the Iranian side. Foreign Minister Arachi, Parliament Speaker Kalibov, a former Revolutionary Guard commander, the Secretary of the Supreme National Security Council, the central bank governor, and several members of Parliament. That is a full institutional delegation.
They not playing.
Bloomberg ran a headline this week. J.D. Vance gets his big moment leading peace talks with Iran. And I have to ask the uncomfortable question. Is this a serious diplomatic mission?
Nope.
Or is this a political audition for 2028?
That one.
Because in my experience, and I've been around a few negotiations in my time,
with Erica Kirk,
when you send a team built for headlines, you get headlines. When you send a team built for results, you get results. Now this is where I need you to really stay with me. Because what I'm about to say goes beyond any one president, any one party, or any one negotiation.
Businesswoman.
This is about the architecture of American self-governance. A war was launched on February 28th without congressional authorization. No declaration of war, no authorization for use of military force. Democrats in the House and Senate tried 4 times to invoke the War Powers Act. The law passed in 1973 specifically to prevent this kind of unilateral military action. Republicans blocked every attempt. And now the executive branch is negotiating a peace to a war that was never legally declared. Think about what that means. The American people, through their elected representatives, were never asked whether they wanted this war. And now they're not being asked about the terms of its resolution. I know something about this. When I made decisions about the use of force in Kosovo, in Iraq, and Sudan, I understood that even when a president pushes the boundaries of executive authority, there's a constitutional framework that demands respect. Congress has a voice. The people have a voice. That's not a technicality. That's the foundation of this republic. Here's what concerns me most. If this model works, launch a war unilaterally, negotiate peace unilaterally, bypass Congress entirely, it becomes the template. Not just for this president, for every future president of either party.
Absolutely.
A Democratic president could do the same thing 4 years from now,
What you need Congress
and there
for.
would be nothing to stop them because the precedent will have been set. The Constitution doesn't have a party. It has a purpose. And that purpose is to make sure that the most consequential decisions a nation can make, war and peace, belong to all of us, not to one person in the Oval Office. This should be a bipartisan concern. I'm not saying it to attack anyone.
You're right.
I'm saying it because I've sat in that chair, and I know how tempting it is to act alone. And I know why the founders made sure we couldn't. Let me tell you something that most people covering this story won't say out loud. But every political strategist in Washington is thinking about it right now. J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio are the two leading contenders for the 2028 Republican presidential nomination. Rubio, as Secretary of State, was initially the administration's most prominent foreign policy voice. But now Vance has been handed the marquee diplomatic assignment, the one the whole world is watching. If these talks succeed, and Vance brings home even the framework of a deal, he becomes a statesman overnight.
Right.
He becomes the man who ended the war. That's a powerful narrative for a presidential campaign. But if the talks fail, if the ceasefire collapses, if the strait stays closed, if gas prices keep climbing, Vance inherits the blame for a war that's already costing Americans at the pump every single day.
Right.
Trump himself noted that Vance was less enthusiastic about the war than other senior officials. That makes Vance either the perfect peace negotiator or, and I hate to say this, a convenient scapegoat. Now here's the Democratic dilemma,
Tell the truth.
and I want to be honest about it. If Democrats oppose the war, they risk looking unpatriotic. If they support the talks, they risk giving Trump a diplomatic victory heading into the midterms. I think both of those instincts are wrong. What Democrats should do, and what any responsible opposition should do, is focus not on partisan scorekeeping, but on process, accountability, and constitutional governance. The question isn't whether we want peace. Of course we want peace. The question is whether we're building a peace that's durable, transparent, and democratically legitimate. And I'll flag one more thing. Reports from Reuters and multiple regional officials suggest that Iran specifically wanted Vance at the table because of his skepticism about military intervention. They believe he's more inclined toward concessions. Now, whether that's true or not, the perception alone shapes the negotiation. And when the other side thinks they've chosen your negotiator, that's a dynamic that any experienced diplomat would tell you is deeply concerning. Now, let me try to do what I always try to do as president. Look ahead, be honest with you, and lay out what I think is most likely to happen. I see 3 roads out of Islamabad this weekend. Scenario 1, a framework deal. Both sides agree to a broad outline. Maybe they defer the hardest issues, enrichment levels, Hezbollah, the frozen assets, to future rounds of negotiation. The ceasefire holds. The strait partially reopens. Oil markets stabilize somewhat. Both Trump and Iran's leaders claim victory. Now, I think this is the most likely outcome, but I want to be clear. A framework deal is not a peace deal. It would be fragile, full of unresolved contradictions, and it could collapse within weeks. We saw that pattern with the original ceasefire. It was announced on April 7th, and within 48 hours, both sides were already disputing its terms. A deal that papers over fundamental disagreements is a ticking clock, not a resolution. Scenario 2, the talks collapse. The Lebanon issue proves insurmountable, or the enrichment red line, or Iran's demand for $120 billion in frozen assets. The ceasefire expires on April 22nd. Trump faces a decision: resume bombing or escalate rhetoric without action. Either path has catastrophic consequences. Inflation spikes further. Global markets panic. America's credibility as a negotiating partner takes another hit. Scenario 3, and this is the one I worry about most, a muddled middle. The talks don't formally collapse, but they produce no agreement. Both sides agree to extend the ceasefire and continue talking. They kick the can down the road. There's no resolution on the strait, on enrichment, on Lebanon, or on sanctions. This is the most dangerous outcome because it creates the illusion of progress while solving nothing. And the longer the strait remains partially closed, the deeper the economic damage, not just to America, but to the entire global economy. My honest assessment, I believe we'll see something between scenario 1 and scenario 3. A vague framework that both sides can spin as progress, with the real decisions postponed. And that means this crisis isn't ending this weekend, it's just entering a new phase. Let me close with this. I have always believed, and I believed it when I was in office, and I believe it today, that peace is preferable to war, always. And if Vice President Vance succeeds in moving toward a genuine, durable resolution in Islamabad, I will be the first to commend the effort, because I'm an American before I'm a Democrat. But here's the honest truth. How we make peace matters as much as whether we make peace. A deal negotiated in secret, without congressional input, without allied consultation, without transparency to the American people, built on a war that was never authorized by those same people, that's not a peace that strengthens American democracy. It's a precedent that weakens it. I'm calling on Congress, both parties, Republicans and Democrats alike, to demand a role in any agreement that comes out of these talks. The Constitution requires it. The American people deserve it. I'm calling on the media to scrutinize the details, not just the drama, to ask hard questions about enrichment clauses and enforcement mechanisms, not just about who shook whose hand. And I'm calling on the American people to pay attention, because what's decided in Islamabad this weekend will affect gas prices, national security, constitutional governance, and America's place in the world for years to come. You know, the hardest thing I learned as president was not how to make peace. Getting people to the table, that's the relatively easy part. The hard part, the really hard part, is making a peace that lasts. A peace that holds up when the cameras are gone, when the negotiators go home, when the next crisis hits and everyone forgets the promises that were made. And the only way you do that, the only way you build something that endures, is if the whole country is behind it. Not just one man, not just one party, not just one weekend in Islamabad. All of us together. We can still get this right, but only if we insist on doing it the right way.
Amber Beach. Didn't I say get the up out of here? Ho. Huh? You don't understand English? You dumb cult follower? I'll help your ass out. Get out. Y'all, I'm not quite sleepy yet. Let me see what else I can pull up. Hold up. This man talking factual information, informative information, and you gonna bring up a whole nother person. Yeah, you people gotta grow up. Get your mind right. Get your mind right. Lord, how long are you gonna keep drinking red? Edward, based on what? No minor has said they was trafficked by Clinton. So why? You get out too. Yeah, go with your little old friend. Yeah. Until a child says that they were raped, SA'd by him. Yeah, we're not talking about people who ain't faithful. Hell, majority of y'all ain't faithful. So you don't go to prison for being unfaithful. What are you talking about? Let a child say that he did something to them. Until then, you can't put him in that category. You understand? We got to grow up. That's how Trump got here in the first place. That's why his wife is getting exposed. Yeah, because he brought up Clinton. And not nowhere in the Epstein files is a kid or a minor saying that Clinton did anything to him or to them, him or her. So get off of that. Hi, Milton. Epstein Russian connection raises. Epstein's Russia connection. Let's listen.
This is how mood sleep gummies could make bedtime the best part of your day.
This is how Trump got himself in this predicament. I've been trying to do it. Do what?
20 minutes.
Hello, everyone. This is Lisa Graves with Court of Counterly Action here on Legal AF on the Midas Touch Network.
Now, this is the first time I'm listening to her.
The creator of a new outlet called The Newsground. His name is Scott Stedman, and he's been doing a lot of investigative research and reporting about the Epstein files. So we're going to...
Yeah, I need to listen to it myself
Everyone is saying the same
first.
thing. Trump started a war he can't win.
Absolutely.
Trump is destroying America's alliances. Trump is collapsing the global economy. Trump is an idiot. And they might all be right.
But here's the question nobody is asking. What if that's exactly the plan? What if the chaos isn't incompetence, but the most calculated geopolitical move in American history? Today, I'm going to show you something that will change the way you see every headline for the rest of this year. Because once you understand what Trump is actually building, you'll realize the war in Iran is not the story. It's the distraction. The real story is what comes after. Stay with me. On April 2nd, 2026, Donald Trump addressed the American people. He said, "We're going to hit them extremely hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks. We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong." Now, when a president talks like that, when he promises to bomb a country back to the Stone Ages, there are two possibilities. Either he is winning and he knows it, or he is losing and he knows it. The tone of desperation in that speech tells us everything. Because here is the military reality on the ground. Iran is not Iraq. Iran is not Libya. Iran has the Zagros Mountains running like a spine down the western border. Perfect terrain for guerrilla warfare, drone strikes, and artillery ambushes. To the east, you have vast desert, almost impossible to cross at scale. America currently has 50,000 troops in the Middle East. Military analysts agree. A ground invasion of Iran would require at minimum 150,000 to 200,000 troops, and even that would likely fail. The terrain alone makes Iran essentially uninvadable through conventional military strategy, and yet Secretary of Defense Peter Hegseth has already authorized mobilization of reserves. Letters have gone out. Pizza deliveries to the Pentagon are up. Polymarket traders are placing $200,000 bets on a ground invasion, bets that only make sense if you have inside information. So America is preparing for a war. It knows it cannot win against a country that is fully prepared to receive it, which means one of two things. Either the people running this operation are the most incompetent military planners in American history, or losing this war is part of the plan. Let me show you something that almost no analyst is talking about. The world gets 20% of its oil from the Middle East. But here's who depends on that oil most heavily. Japan gets 75% of its oil from the Middle East. China imports approximately 75% of its energy needs, a large portion from the Gulf. India, South Korea, Germany, France. The countries most dependent on Middle Eastern oil are also the countries that hold the most U.S. Treasury bonds, the debt that keeps the American financial system alive. Japan is the single largest foreign holder of U.S. debt. China is second, then Taiwan, Singapore, Hong Kong, India. This is not a coincidence. Now watch what happens when you close the Strait of Hormuz. It's not just oil and gas that stops moving. It's phosphate, used for fertilizers. It's ammonium, used for fertilizers. It's sulfur, used for fertilizers and semiconductors. It's helium, essential for semiconductor manufacturing, which means AI production slows down. In other words, closing the Strait of Hormuz doesn't just cause an energy crisis. It causes a food crisis. It causes a technology crisis. It causes a global economic crisis. JP Morgan has already stated, if this war continues, the world could run out of oil by mid-April. And yet, Trump is still pushing forward. So ask yourself, who benefits from a world that runs out of Middle Eastern oil? The answer is on the map. Here are the top 10 countries by proven oil reserves. Venezuela, Saudi Arabia, Iran, Canada, Iraq.
What did he say? Hold on.
It doesn't just cause an energy crisis. It causes a food crisis. It causes a technology crisis. It causes a global economic crisis. JP Morgan has already stated, if this war continues, the world could run out of oil by mid-April. And yet, Trump is still pushing forward. So ask yourself, who benefits from a world that runs out of Middle Eastern oil? The answer is on the map. Here are the top 10 countries by proven oil reserves. Venezuela, Saudi Arabia, Iran, Canada, Iraq, UAE, Kuwait, United States, Russia, Libya. Now watch what happens when war collapses the Middle East. Saudi Arabia, destabilized. Iran, at war. Iraq, caught in the crossfire. UAE and Kuwait, in the blast radius. What's left? Venezuela, Canada, United States, Russia. 3 of those 4 are in North America. And America just took control of Venezuela in January 2026. And Trump has been threatening to absorb Canada for months. This is not random aggression. This is resource consolidation. Because when the Middle East burns, when the Strait of Hormuz closes, when China, Japan, South Korea, India, and Europe can no longer get their oil from the Gulf, they have only 2 choices: buy from Russia or buy from North America. And here's where it gets even more interesting. Look at the nitrogen map, the essential ingredient in fertilizers. The countries that currently export nitrogen: North America, Russia. Look at the fresh water map, the most overlooked strategic resource of the 21st century. North America, abundant. Russia, abundant. Europe, in trouble. Middle East, severe stress. Africa, crisis level. Southeast Asia, increasingly unstable. What this map tells us is that the geopolitical winners of the next 50 years are not determined by military power alone. They are determined by who controls water, food, and energy. And by that measure, North America and Russia are the 2 most resilient civilizations on Earth. Everything else is a customer. This is not a new strategy. Vladimir Putin tested this exact blueprint in Ukraine, and it worked. The Ukraine war, now entering its 5th year, looks from the outside like a brutal stalemate. Russia is losing soldiers. The economy is suffering. Western media calls it a failure. But look at the data underneath. Since the Ukraine war began, Russian military industry has exploded upward. Total industrial production has climbed. The Russian economy has been fundamentally restructured, not for consumer goods, but for war production. Drones, munitions, armored vehicles. Russia started the war dependent on Iranian drones. Today, Russia produces its own domestically, at scale, and exports them. The war didn't weaken Russia, it industrialized Russia. And this is the key insight from Alexander Dugin, the philosopher whose 1996 book, Foundations of Geopolitics, is arguably the most important strategic document you've never heard of. Dugin's argument is simple but devastating. The unipolar moment of American dominance was built on secularism, individualism, and liberalism. These values, he argues, are ultimately self-destructive. They dissolve community, they destroy identity, they replace meaning with consumption, and a civilization without meaning eventually collapses from within. Dugin predicted civil war in the United States as left and right polarized beyond repair. He predicted collapse of European unity. He predicted internal fracturing of China. He predicted that the Middle East would never stabilize. His prescription for Russia was this: stay coherent, stay unified through nationalism and faith, defend your borders, build alliances with like-minded civilizations, India, Iran, Vietnam, Japan, and then simply wait. While the globalized world collapses under the weight of its own contradictions, Russia, self-sufficient in energy, food, and water, emerges as the last stable civilization standing. This is what Dugin calls the Third Rome. Moscow as the spiritual and political heir to Rome and Constantinople, the last defender of tradition, faith, and civilization against the chaos of Western liberal collapse. Now, here is where Trump enters the picture.
Let's go.
Trump's team watched what Putin
You on the
was
East
doing,
Coast?
and they made a calculation. If Russia is building a self-sufficient fortress to weather the coming storm, then America needs to build one too.
Ooh,
and America's fortress
You said
already
give my
exists.
coffee.
It just needs to be
I need
consolidated.
you
Peter
to
Hegseth, Secretary of Defense, calls it Greater North America. His definition: every sovereign nation and territory north of the equator, from Greenland to Ecuador, from Alaska to Guyana. This is not just aggressive rhetoric. This is the architectural blueprint for what
So
some
if you
strategists
want
call
to
the technate, a self-sufficient North
gift
American
memberships,
economic
we
fortress that
Yeah,
doesn't
if
need
you
the
want
rest
to,
of the
I would
world to
appreciate
survive.
it.
Think
But
about
I
what greater North
understand.
America would contain. The world's largest proven oil reserves, Venezuela plus Canada plus US. The world's largest freshwater reserves, Great Lakes, Amazon Basin. The world's most productive agricultural land. The world's leading AI and semiconductor industry. 2 ocean barriers on both sides. This is the answer to Dugin's Third Rome. While Russia builds its Eurasian fortress, America is building its Atlantic Pacific fortress. And Trump's seemingly random aggression, threatening Canada, pressuring Mexico, taking Venezuela, challenging Denmark over Greenland, threatening Cuba, is not random at all. Every target is a piece of the technate. Every confrontation is a consolidation move. To understand the full scale of what Trump is doing, you have to go back to September 11th, 1991. Not 2001, 1991. George
Very
H.W.
informative.
Bush,
I agree.
responding to the fall of the Berlin Wall, announced the New World Order. 3 pillars. First, America as the financial capital of the world. Offshore manufacturing.
So you
import
hitting the
goods
dollar,
cheaply,
the dollar
make
box?
Wall Street the center of global finance. Second, secular multiculturalism. Unite the world not through religion or identity, but through consumerism. Open borders, global trade, everyone buying things together. Third, Pax Americana. America provides military security for the entire world. No one needs to fight because America will police the peace. For 30 years, this system worked, until it didn't. Here's what actually happened. America offshored its manufacturing to China. China did the work cheaply. Americans borrowed money to buy Chinese goods. The debt grew. $39 trillion and counting. Meanwhile, Wall Street captured the entire political system. Inequality exploded. The middle class hollowed out. And the people who were supposed to benefit from Pax Americana, ordinary Americans, found themselves working more for less, watching their communities collapse, while the financial elite got richer. This is why Trump got elected, not once, twice, because he understood intuitively that the New World Order was a Ponzi scheme, and Ponzi schemes always collapse. The question is not if, the question is when, and who controls the collapse.
1, 5,
so Trump's
when you
answer
hit
to the
1
New World Order
or
is
5,
this.
whatever number,
Replace
where the
finance
arrow
with resources
is,
and manufacturing. The
Natural
world is
in
going to
Orleans.
permanent war.
Hold on, y'all. Natural in Orleans. Let me see. So does it look like this? 1, 5, 10, like that? And you can hit the arrow. Is that how it look? Okay, that's how I look on my tablet. What you on? Are you on your phone? Hold on, let me see. So down here at the bottom, do you see the little dollar box? You see the gift box? Let me cut. Oh, I took the light. Do you see next to the gift box, it has a little square with the dollar sign? And you hit that. It says super chat, memberships, or membership gifting. Here. And you select how many you want over here. Buy gift memberships. You hit that arrow, and it'll take you where you need to go.
Stop trying to prevent it. Profit from it. Provide the energy, food, and weapons that a world at war, Americans found themselves working more for less, watching their communities collapse, while the financial elite got richer. This is why Trump got elected.
You on your
not
phone?
once, twice, because he understood intuitively that the New World Order was a Ponzi scheme. And Ponzi schemes
The New World
always
Order
collapse.
is a Ponzi scheme. Y'all hear that? That's why they pushing the New World Order. That's why it's getting messed up. It's not biblical. It is a Ponzi scheme. It's a business deal. Move your error up, because I'm on my phone. You on your phone? I'm glad to hear him say this, that it is a Ponzi scheme. Okay, so this is mine. You see your box. Let me see what it show on mine. And you hit this. Oh, hold on. Because my hands got all that oil on it. So when I hit the box, the gift box, it gave me gift member. This is what it gave me. You may need to refresh your phone, reboot. Because soon as I hit that button, it takes me here. So go out and come back in. I am so glad to hear him say that. Let me back that up.
Fit from Pax Americana, ordinary Americans found themselves working more for less, watching their communities collapse, while the financial elite got richer. This is why Trump got elected, not once, twice, because he understood intuitively that the New World Order was a Ponzi scheme, and Ponzi schemes always collapse. The question is not if, the question is when, and who controls the collapse. So Trump's answer to the New World Order is this: replace finance with resources and manufacturing. The world is going to permanent war. Stop trying to prevent it. Profit from it. Provide the energy, food, and weapons that a world at war desperately needs. Build the technate. Build the fortress. Let the rest of the world burn, and sell them what they need to survive. Replace multiculturalism with Christian nationalism. Identity, faith, community. Not open borders, but controlled borders. Not DEI, but national pride. Not the Democratic Party, but
you must
MAGA.
have an iPhone.
The woke experiment failed. The immigration experiment failed. The globalism experiment failed. Return to what makes Americans Americans. Replace Pax Americana with MAGA. Why should America pay to protect Europe? Why should American soldiers die for other people's borders?
Turn it long
Let
ways.
NATO pay its own bills. Let Europe defend itself.
See what
Let
options
the Middle
it
East
gives
fight
you.
its own wars. America will stand behind its two oceans, export its resources at premium prices, and let everyone else figure out the rest. This is the Trump world order. And the war in Iran, war in Iran is the demolition charge that blows up the old system fast enough for the new one to take its place. Here is the final piece of the puzzle. Most analysts say if America loses the war in Iran, the American empire dies. The petrodollar collapses. The U.S. loses its status as global reserve currency. And they're right. But here's what they miss. Trump doesn't want to save the American empire. The American empire, the one built on Wall Street, on globalism, on Pax Americana, is the thing that destroyed the American middle class. Trump wants to destroy that empire and replace it with something new. Not an empire that polices the world for free, but a fortress that sells the world what it needs on American terms at American prices. When Europe can't get oil from the Gulf, they buy it from Texas. When China can't get fertilizer from the Middle East, they buy nitrogen from Iowa. When Japan's semiconductor supply chain breaks down, they come to Silicon Valley. The $39 trillion debt? Suddenly not a problem. Because the entire world needs what North America has, and they'll keep buying U.S. treasuries to maintain access to the resources they can't live without. the Ponzi scheme doesn't collapse. It gets reset on better terms. If this analysis is correct, and I believe it is, then Donald Trump is not the chaos president. He is the controlled demolition president, demolishing the old American empire, building the technate on its ruins. And the question that should keep you up at night is this: what does the world look like when he succeeds? The ceasefire in Iran bought a few weeks, but the plan behind the war, that runs for decades. Putin is building the third Rome. Trump is building the technate, two fortresses, one collapsing world between them. And everyone else, Europe, China, Japan, India, the Middle East, is caught in the middle, negotiating for survival. This is the world we are entering. Not tomorrow, not next year. It's already here. If this analysis changed how you see the world, subscribe, because this story is just getting started, and the next chapter will surprise you even more.
Okay, hold on. I shouldn't have took an energizing bath. Hold on. I'm trying to get it all in. Y'all hit the like button. I gotta get my boy in here. I was supposed to bring him in earlier. So I got two more. Just two. Hold on. Where is it at? Oh. I gotta get him. And then I gotta... Why didn't I... Why is it playing over here? I hate when it do that. And it don't bring it over here. This tells you how crazy they are. Let me go here. This one is about Melania. Dark past. Oh, am I guess I'm gonna have to play it over here.
Melania Trump's dark past is surfacing as that disastrous press conference she decided to hold yesterday regarding the Epstein files backfired in her face. We've seen Melania's name in the Epstein files, emails between her and Ghislaine Maxwell saying, "Hey G, how are you? You look great in New York Magazine with Jeffrey Epstein." And then Ghislaine Maxwell, I'm paraphrasing, Ghislaine Maxwell responded, "Hey sweet pea, can't hang out with you right now. Next time we're around, we'll try to hang out with each other."
I thought she said she didn't know her.
I mean, Melania Trump's dark past is surfacing as that disastrous press conference she decided to hold yesterday regarding the Epstein files backfired in her face. We've seen Melania's name in the Epstein files, emails between her and Ghislaine Maxwell saying, "Hey G, how are you? You look great in New York Magazine with Jeffrey Epstein." And then
Ghislaine controlled 4 times that amount of sweat in your armpits. I personally have never had a sweat stain with this, have never had to reapply.
There should be congressional hearings where we let the survivors speak, and this
Melania Trump's dark past is surfacing as that disastrous press conference she decided to hold yesterday regarding the Epstein files backfired in her face. We've seen Melania's name in the Epstein files, emails between her and Ghislaine Maxwell saying, "Hey G, how are you? You look great in New York Magazine with Jeffrey Epstein." And then Ghislaine Maxwell, I'm paraphrasing, Ghislaine Maxwell responded, "Hey, sweet pea, can't hang out with you right now. Next time we're around, we'll try to hang out with each other." I mean, there are multiple photos with Ghislaine and Melania and Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein that are together. And when you take a look at Melania's dark past and how she got here into the United States in 1996 from Slovenia, she said she graduated from a university in Slovenia, which she did not graduate from that university, and she seemed to be putting false information on her official biography that she had to take down. There's lots of murky areas about when she really met Donald Trump, and she said she met him at a Kit Kat club when this modeling agency she worked for that was run by a guy named Paolo Zampoli, who's now an ambassador for the United States, but he ran a modeling agency where he brought Eastern European girls and women to the United States as models, and then they would have these parties at the Kit Kat Club, and wealthy Manhattan men would meet the models at the Kit Kat Club, and at one of these parties, Donald Trump met Melania, and then also in the Epstein files, there's references to Donald Trump talking about meeting Melania and how, what a use pretty explicit terms to refer to her looks and how he thought she looked at the time, and it's all very, very gross stuff. I want to peel back the curtain, though, on Melania's dark past, but one of the reasons why this press conference was also backfiring is it just drew a lot more attention to the Epstein files, and lots of people are asking, was she trying to preempt a story that's going to be coming out about either Donald Trump or her in the Epstein files? Why would you be doing such a press conference? People don't know. I mean, they're asking questions. I'm asking questions. Of course, I don't know the answer. Why would you be holding this press conference? And then she's like, I'm not a victim. I'm not a survivor, but there should be congressional hearings where we let the survivors speak, and the survivors should now show up and tell their stories. And the survivors then immediately responded to Melania calling out the survivors, and they're like, stop invoking our name. We came forward. We've done everything we're supposed to do. You know who needs to testify right now? Pam Bondi. You know who needs to testify? People like Howard Lutnick. Like the actual perpetrators, they're the ones who should show up before Congress and before the Department of Justice, and they should be investigated and prosecuted. Stop putting the onus and the burden on us as the survivor community. And also, don't invoke our names in the White House without telling us. I mean, what was that? I mean, you're now invoking our names while your so-called husband is involved in the cover-up right now. And also, why aren't you getting deposed, Melania? The survivors didn't say that, but I'm asking that. If y'all deposed Hillary Clinton, and she wasn't in the files at all, why wouldn't you depose Melania, who is in those files? I mean, she's in the emails that I referenced to Ghislaine Maxwell, her messages to Maxwell, Maxwell's message to her, the photos of them together. But, Melania's like, the photos are fake. Those aren't real photos of us. The documents are fake, and we just hung out in the same social circles. That's about it. But we weren't friends. We didn't really know each other. I mean, when you read the emails, it seems that, in my opinion, you seem to be, friends. And I'll just share this with you as well right now. I mean, Melania is so deeply, deeply unpopular right now. Put it this way, she is the least popular first lady ever by far. Usually first ladies don't have net negative approvals. I don't think any first ladies have net negative. So now, as Melania is doing this, her net negatives, and CNN just ran a story on this, she's like net negative 12, like by far the most unpopular first lady here. Watch this right here. Show your daughter how much you love her with this beautiful gift. It says, to my daughter.
I would say that the American people really don't care for Melania Trump. Take a look at this. All right, let's take a look at Melania Trump's net favorable ratings. Look at this. The lowest ever. The lowest ever. We're talking about now 12 points underwater. If you go back a little bit more than a year ago, she was 3 points above water. You go back at this point, about this point in term number 1 for Donald Trump. Look at that. She was 30
She in
points
the
above
Epstein
water.
files.
So at this point, historic lows for Melania Trump. These numbers are absolutely awful.
One of the questions is why the shift now? But also, I guess, just looking, you need to look at this always in the historical context of how does she line up against other first ladies?
Yeah, okay. If we look at this historically, the worst ever at this point in term number 2. Look at this. We got her at 12 points underwater. Look at the rest of these first ladies on the board right here. They're all way above water. 42 points above water for Michelle Obama, 46 above water for Laura Bush, 25 points above water for Hillary Clinton, who was not always the most popular, and 50 points above water for Nancy Reagan. And I even looked at Joe Biden's numbers at this point in that presidency. Of course, that was term 1. She was above water as well. So this is the worst at this point in a presidency as well. Melania Trump breaking records in the way that you don't want to break records. Historically awful she is. The American people really don't care for her.
And you also, you have new numbers or another look at the impact of the appeal that she, her appeal after her documentary came out?
Yeah, okay, so you asked in question number 1, you said
we
why?
don't even want to talk about
why? And I think one of the reasons why was this documentary. I think a lot of people saw it as political, even if she didn't want it to be. And you can just see it here. This is real world data. This is not just the polling data that shows the lack of appeal, historic lack of appeal that she has for a first lady. Look at this. Some of Melania's budget sheet. Look at this. The budget, rights and marketing, $75 million. That was what is estimated to have been spent by Amazon. Compare that to the box office, both domestic and international combined. We're talking about $17 million. That makes this a bomb. There was a lot of talk when the film came out. Hey, you know, it had a good opening weekend, but then basically it stopped making money. So unless Amazon is able to make this up through streaming, this is going to be a historic bomb. Amazon spent a ton of money on it. And look at that. Simply put, the money was not made back. That coalesces, that combines with the polling data to say that Melania Trump is historically unpopular for a first lady.
Oh, interesting. Good to see her.
Nice to see you.
Thank you.
Scott MacFarlane from the Midas Touch Network appeared on CNN last night, and here's how he described this. Let's play it.
Like Sarah just made. If the First Lady is trying to preemptively diffuse a journalistic bomb that's coming on the Epstein files, I know a lot of good PR practitioners who would say you don't diffuse a bomb by calling attention to the bomb that's about to come and land on you.
It's a good... More from Scott MacFarlane here. Let's play this clip right here.
Or say nothing at all, as he's been trying to get the story out of the news. But you have been talking to Epstein survivors and following the story very closely as well. What have they told you about the First Lady suggesting that they testify publicly? They've been on the Hill. They've been advocating for months and months and months, some years.
One Epstein survivor, Danielle Bensky, texted to say, that was just bizarre. Because you know who else didn't know this was coming? The Epstein survivors and the members of Congress who've been championing transparency on this, and the attorneys representing the Epstein survivors. If there is a desire by the First Lady for the Epstein survivors to be heard, they would have liked to have been heard before she spoke. Because, yeah, they're keen on talking to Congress, but there's some concerns there about would there be some legal exposure involved with that? Is their setting and the environment and the topic correct? And First Lady need not tell Congress what to do from Congress's perspective. They know what they want to have hearings on. They don't need the White House's authorization to have a hearing on this. And there's a sense here, at least among the survivors, that if you're going to pawn this off on Congress to have a hearing for the survivors, you are disclaiming any responsibility for putting out the records you still have yet to put out from the files.
And here's how they were talking about it on Fox, state regime media, where one of their hosts is like, we're not really sure why she did this. This kind of came out of nowhere. Now everybody's talking about the Epstein files again. And she injected it front and center. Here, play this clip.
This came out of left field for us here covering the White House. The press shop did not give us any insight into what this announcement would be about. That's typical. Oftentimes the First Lady doesn't share a lot of details with the White House communications shop that covers the president on what her announcements might be. We didn't, for instance, get a lot of details ahead of her prior announcement on her efforts bringing home Ukrainian children. But similarly, we had no heads up on this. We're not getting any information from them now, including whether or not the president was aware she would be making this statement. It's unclear to us if she is reacting to something or that's already happened, already come out, or getting ahead of a story that might be about to drop. But we don't really know. And the content of what she's calling for, this congressional hearing to allow the victims to, openly testify about what they witnessed, is new, and it will certainly breathe new life into this story that has, in large part, not been, at the top of the news cycle lately. The attention here has been on other matters. So this brings the sort of public interest back to the Epstein story.
This is one of the most accessible survival packages we've ever offered, with an easy monthly payment plan
And now here's what Democratic Congress member Robert Garcia had to say about it all. Let's play the clip of Garcia.
Garcia, top Democrat on the Oversight Committee. He, of course, instrumental to getting the files such that we have released so far. Obviously, I know there's still a lot of fight to get a lot more. So, Congressman Garcia, do you have any indication about why Melania Trump made these statements that were surprising to all the reporters in the room who expected nothing on this topic? Do you know why she did that now?
We don't. In fact, we were as surprised as everyone else as to why she made these comments today. Why she made these comments. Is there information that she may be aware of that we are not? And so, no, it was pretty stunning to actually see these remarks. And I think for us, what was really clear is also the distance she was trying to put herself. I mean, look, it was just 2 days ago that Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche essentially said to the press and to the American public that this investigation was over and that somehow the DOJ was not going to move forward with anything else as it relates to the Epstein files. It's been, of course, the president has called this investigation a hoax. And so the fact that she comes out and addresses the country in this way and certainly talks about the survivors, I think was pretty stunning. It was certainly pushing away from what the White House has been doing. But look, I also think what's important here is to be very clear that we've got to refocus this back on the White House cover-up. And at the end of the day, it's President Trump that's been leading that. It's Pam Bondi, who we still want to testify, that's been leading that. So those are the issues that we've got to focus on moving forward.
And President Trump, of course, for months and months and months and months refused to put any of the files out and only agreed to do so when it was clear that it would be an overwhelming bipartisan vote in Congress to force him to do so.
Now let's go back and talk a little bit about Melania's past right now. How her parents got in here on what is derisively
This is the first lady
by right-wing people as chain migration.
Melania's
background
she leaking?
is shrouded in lots of question
Have
marks.
y'all seen this before, Melania?
I want to go through some of those question marks right now. So
she know this stuff is coming out.
1996. She says she goes to the University of Slovenia.
She knows this stuff is coming out.
It turns out that she didn't really get a degree. I think she dropped out after her freshman year. She said she's this superstar model. It doesn't seem that she was like a superstar model. She showed up. She meets Donald Trump. She gets this Einstein visa, I think in like 2001, 2002.
She knows it's coming
which is
out.
intended for like the people who are at the highest level of their careers and the highest level of their, in my opinion, did she really get an Einstein visa? Those are questions that we should all ask. She marries Donald Trump a few years later, and then she's able to get her family members here under what the MAGAs refer to as chain migration, which is something that they want to ban. Degree. I think she dropped out after her freshman year. She said she's this superstar model. It doesn't seem that she was like a superstar model. She showed up. She meets Donald Trump. She gets this Einstein visa, I think in like 2001, 2002, an Einstein visa, which is intended for like the people who are at the highest level of their careers and the highest level of their, in my opinion, Did she really get an Einstein visa? Those are questions that we should all ask. She marries Donald Trump a few years later, and then she's able to get her family members here under, what the MAGAs refer to as chain migration, which is something that they want to ban. I mean, remember that during the campaign, Donald Trump was saying that he was going to hold a press conference and reveal Melania. People had lots of questions about Melania's immigration status when Trump ran the first time in 2015, 2016. Remember, he goes, "Don't worry, I'm going to hold a press conference." Here, play this clip.
Wait, they said my wife Melania might have come in illegally. Can you believe that one? No. They said, headlines, maybe she came in illegally, maybe. Let me tell you one thing. She has got it so documented, so she's going to have a little news conference over the next couple of weeks. That's good. That's good. I love it. They said, Melania Trump may have come into our country illegally. And how would that be for Donald Trump to be talking? Here's the only problem. She came in totally legally. I mean, so it's what.
No, she didn't. You know them damn well she didn't.
I said to her, no, let it simmer for a little while. Let them go wild. Let it simmer. And then let's have a little news conference and have some.
What if working from home didn't have to mean selling products or posting online? And here's the kicker.
And remember when Melania seemingly plagiarized Michelle Obama's speech? Let's play this clip.
We're raised with so many of the same values. Like, you work hard for what you want in life. That your word is your bond, that you do what you say you're going to do.
My parents impressed on me the values that you work hard for what you want in life. That your word is your bond, and you do what you say and keep your promise.
That you treat people with dignity and respect, even if you don't know them, and even if you don't agree with them.
That you treat people with respect. They taught and showed me values and morals in their daily life.
And then you had Melania also talking about.
Are y'all still with me?
When Donald Trump, when the audio of Donald Trump saying he grabs women by their genitals because he's rich and you get away with it, Melania said, "Oh, that's locker room talk. That's just locker room talk." Remember that she said that? Here, play this clip.
He described it as locker room talk. Mm-hmm. To you, I mean, you sort of alluded to that as well. Is that what it is to you, just locker room talk?
Yeah, it's kind of two teenage boys. Actually, they should behave better, right?
He was 59.
Correct. And sometimes I said, I have two boys at home. I have my young son and I have my husband.
And then recently, Melania referred to herself as a visionary. With that as her background, she described herself as, "I'm a visionary," which is a weird thing to say. Play this clip.
As a visionary, I know success is not born overnight, but rather takes shape after a long and sometimes challenging process. Often alone at the top, I follow my passion, listen to my instinct, and always maintain a laser focus. In solitude, my creative mind dances, filling my imagination with originality. Attention to detail, demanding schedules, and multitasking are everyday realities when building towards success. The principle resonates across all my roles as a mother, humanitarian, philanthropist, and entrepreneur. As well as with my new film, where I shaped its creative direction, served as a producer, managed post-production, and activated the marketing campaign.
And as noted in Harry Enton's clip, in my opinion, her movie Melania was just a total and utter failure. I don't even think it told the real story of her. I think there's lots of gaps in it. We'll just say
I didn't watch it. I know they can't tell a real story.
That should still be explored. And you have lots of people asking about, Melania's background. I mean, think about Melania right now as well. What has she been doing? The Melania meme coin, which is an utter failure, and so many people lost money in the Melania meme coin. She's out there selling all these weird stuff on her Melania website. I remember that the various Trump political action committees would fund like Melania's, hair and makeup and all of that. But lots of people are asking the right questions now about Melania, and as they should. It's a front and center issue. We have lots of questions, and we've always been talking about it here on the Midas Touch Network, and we're going to keep pursuing it. Everybody hit subscribe. Let's get to 7 million subscribers.
Okay, the last one. We ain't heard this guy in a long time. And if you've been with Auntie Feet for a minute, you know we love these guys, baby. They speak the truth. All the truth speakers kind of had left. I don't know if they was they're being censored, because I do know that is real. I've been censored, but I'm glad to see them back. Let me get to them. I have no idea what they're finna say because I did not watch it.
The installation was super easy.
But let's go. This is how I want to end.
That watches, listens, and exposes.
Y'all know I love them.
I am anonymous, not a man, not a woman, not a single voice, but a signal. A collective presence that watches, listens, and exposes what those in power desperately try to hide. And what you're about to hear is not just another political story. It's a full-blown unraveling, a moment where power, ego, and recklessness collide, and the consequences are finally catching up. Let's get straight to it. Donald Trump thought he got away with it. Again, after openly threatening Iran with language so extreme that experts compared it to nuclear-level rhetoric, talking about wiping out entire populations, like it was just another late-night post. He suddenly pivoted, dropped a last-minute peace deal, tried to play the hero, tried to rewrite the narrative, but this time, it didn't work. Instead of calming the situation, it exposed something deeper, something more dangerous, because people are no longer just reacting to what Trump says, they're reacting to what it reveals about him. And now, the calls for impeachment are exploding, not quietly, not behind closed doors, out in the open. Over 70 members of Congress and even a sitting senator are now backing efforts to remove him from power. 70. That's not a fringe movement. That's a political wave. And for once, the usual divisions inside the Democratic Party aren't slowing things down. But here's where it gets truly shocking. This backlash didn't just come from Trump's opponents. It's coming from his own side. Yes, people who once defended him, amplified him, even built careers around supporting him, are now turning away. Take Megyn Kelly, not exactly a liberal critic, not someone you'd expect to break ranks, but even she hit a breaking point. On air, visibly frustrated, she called out Trump's behavior for what it is: reckless, embarrassing, and completely out of line. She mocked the idea that he's playing some kind of 3D chess, telling people to stop pretending there's genius behind threats to wipe out civilians.
I mean, I don't know about you, but I am sick of this shit. I'm sick of it. Can't he just behave like a normal human? I mean, honestly, like the president, 3D chess, shut up. Fucking shut up.
Innocent lives, and expect to be taken seriously at...
Fucking shut up about that shit.
And she's right. You don't care.
Human. I mean, honestly, like the president, 3D chess, shut up. Fucking shut up about that shit.
And she's right. You don't casually talk about destroying entire nations, families, children, innocent lives, and expect to be taken seriously as a leader.
You don't threaten to wipe out an entire civilization. We're talking about civilians, just casually in a social media post. It's just wrong. It's not hard to say it. It's not hard to recognize it. I wish he would stop doing this. Like, he can't negotiate without doing this? What does that say about him? What does that say about the position that our country is in right now in these negotiations? He's got to say this? Like, what is he trying to do? And why can't he do it with strength, threats? Sure, go for it. That don't diminish and demean the United States of America in this way.
That's not strength. That's instability, wrapped in arrogance. And she's not alone. Marjorie Taylor Greene, once fiercely loyal, is now drifting into unpredictable territory. Candace Owens is raising questions. Tucker Carlson, who once echoed Trump's every move, is no longer fully aligned. And then comes the moment that feels almost unreal. Alex Jones calling for Trump's impeachment. Let that sink in for a second. When even Alex Jones is saying you've gone too far. That's instability, wrapped in arrogance. And she's not alone. Marjorie Taylor Greene, once fiercely loyal, is now drifting into unpredictable territory. Candace Owens is raising questions. Tucker Carlson, who once echoed Trump's every move, is no longer fully aligned. And then comes the moment that feels almost unreal. Alex Jones calling for Trump's impeachment. Let that sink in for a second. When even Alex Jones is saying you've gone too far. Something has seriously broken. At this point, it's not just political opposition. It's a collapse of narrative control.
This caught a lot of people off guard. A compound that was once known for industrial use is now being studied for how it supports mitochondria, brain health, aging, and even cancer. Methylene blue functions as an electron donor inside the mitochondria, helping support more efficient ATP production. It's proven to support cellular energy output.
Trump built his power on dominating attention, on being louder, more outrageous, more impossible to ignore than anyone else. But now that same chaos is turning against him. Because people aren't just watching anymore. They're questioning. They're doubting. They're pulling back. And Trump, he's reacting the only way he knows how. Doubling down. More posts. More attacks. More exaggerated claims. It's like watching someone try to fix a crack in a dam by hitting it harder. Meanwhile, inside the Democratic Party, something else is happening. A shift. Hakeem Jeffries is trying to manage the situation through traditional channels, talking about the War Powers Act, pushing for resolutions, trying to limit Trump's authority legally.
We need a permanent end to Donald Trump's reckless war of choice, which is why House Democrats have demanded that Speaker Mike Johnson immediately reconvene the House back into session so we can move a war powers resolution that will end this conflict permanently.
But to many it feels slow, too cautious, almost disconnected from the urgency of the moment. Because here's the reality. When a president is openly threatening catastrophic violence, is a procedural response enough? Even Nancy Pelosi, a master strategist, appears more aligned with decisive action than the current leadership. Behind the scenes, frustration is building. Quiet discussions about new leadership are gaining momentum. And right in the center of this storm is Ro Khanna. Khanna isn't playing it safe. He's not waiting for perfect conditions. He's moving. He teamed up with Republican Thomas Massie in a rare bipartisan effort to force the release of Epstein-related files, something establishment leaders failed to deliver. That move alone signaled a new kind of politics, one that isn't afraid to break the script. And now Khanna is pushing hard on impeachment, not as a tactic, but as a principle. He's saying something that cuts through all the noise. When a president threatens to destroy other nations, when he dehumanizes entire populations, when he treats global conflict like a bargaining chip, there has to be a line. And if there isn't, then what are we even doing? Khanna's message is simple, but powerful. Politics without conviction is meaningless. And right now, too many leaders are hiding behind strategy instead of standing up for what's right. That message is spreading because people are tired of watching the same cycle play out, tired of politicians who've been in power for decades, repeating the same lines while nothing changes, tired of seeing chaos rewarded with attention. And here's the uncomfortable truth Khanna is forcing into the spotlight. Trump may be extreme, but he fights for his vision relentlessly. And that's something many voters, right or wrong, respond to. Meanwhile, Democrats often come across as cautious, calculated, and disconnected. That gap, it's costing them, but it's also creating an opportunity. A new generation is stepping up. Voices like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Melanie Stansberry, and Yasamin Ansari are bringing energy, urgency, and a willingness to actually fight for their beliefs. They're not perfect, but they're real. And in a political landscape dominated by performance and spectacle, that authenticity stands out. And something else is happening beneath the surface. Momentum is building, not just in Washington, but among voters, independents, even some conservatives who are simply exhausted by the constant chaos. Because at some point, the drama stops being entertaining and starts being unbearable. Trump's strategy has always been simple. Dominate the conversation, no matter the cost. But now the cost is becoming too high. Internationally, allies are watching with concern. Domestically, pressure is mounting. And that peace deal Trump tried to sell as a victory, critics are already calling it what it looks like: a rushed attempt to clean up a mess he created. Create the crisis, then claim credit for partially fixing it. It's a pattern, and people are starting to see it clearly. This isn't just another scandal. This is a tipping point. Because when your allies begin to question you, when your opponents grow stronger, when the public starts seeing through the performance, that's when power begins to crack. And once it cracks, it doesn't take much for everything to start falling apart. Anonymous has seen this pattern before. In governments, in corporations, in systems that looked untouchable, until suddenly they weren't. So now the question isn't whether Trump is under pressure.
Okay, have fun.
The question is what happens next. Does the system finally hold him accountable? Or does it once again look away? That answer doesn't just belong to politicians. It belongs to you. So if you've been watching this unfold, if you feel that shift, that moment where something no longer makes sense, don't ignore it. Speak up. Share this. Start conversations. Because silence is how power like this survives. And if you want to see what happens when it doesn't, stay with us. We are Anonymous. We are watching.
I'm glad they back.
We are just getting started.
Ooh. Okay, sleep tight, y'all. If y'all, good morning, good night, however that feels to you. But I'm finna go to sleep. I feel so soft and energized, and now my energy from my skin is just rubbing on me. I just feel so soft and so clean. Okay, good night.